Thank you so much for joining us for our first in-person meeting. It's very nice to be back in chambers. I have to say, I'm sure I can speak for the council and the administration. Welcome to the regularly scheduled public meeting of July 12, 2021 of the Township of Washington Township Council. Adequate notice of the meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by the Township Clerk to at least 2 newspapers in January, and this meeting has been posted on the Township Bulletin Board, electronic message board, WCTV, and on the Township website. Salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Here.
Councilman DeSena.
Here.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Sears.
Here.
Council President Feeney.
Here. Let the record reflect in attendance, Mayor Calamari, Township Administrator Tovo, Township Clerk Wachowski. Public service announcement, July 12, 2021. Vaccines are available. Everyone 12 or older who lives, works, or studies in New Jersey is now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. Please visit our website for vaccine appointments, walk-up locations, and further assistance. Town Hall is now open to the public. Please check with each department's specific webpage for their hours. Tax notice. Estimated property tax bills were mailed on June 24th, 2021 for the third quarter. The due date is August 1st with a grace period through August 10th. The tax department will be open until 6 p.m. the last day of the grace period. A separate tax bill will arrive in late September, early October for the remaining quarters. Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The county has launched an emergency rental assistance program to provide financial relief for Bergen County residents who are unable to meet their rental obligation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please visit our website for further information. Free summer movie nights under the stars at Memorial Field. Excuse me. Please visit our website for further details. Noise ordinances. As the weather becomes nicer and we spend more time outside, please be considerate of your neighbors. To view the township code pertaining to all noise, please visit the website. First up, we have Eagle Scout Award for James Stickler.
James, it's my honor to present you with this commendation in recognition of attaining the Eagle Scout rank and award. The reward of a thing well done is to have it done. Ralph Waldo Emerson presented this, presented this 15th day of March 2021 by the Township of Washington, New Jersey. Peter Calamari, Mayor, Stacy Feeney, Council President, Desiree Morgan, Council Vice President, Stephen Casio, Arthur Cumming, and Michael DeSena, Councilman. Honored.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Good job.
Okay. Tom, you're up. We have a Tree City USA presentation.
That's all right.
Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the Green Team, we accomplished the Tree City USA requirements. We did a tree audit throughout the town. We submitted our laws and ordinances for trees. We gave them a 5-year plan on tree planting, And Tree City USA has recognized Washington Township as one of the Pascack Valley initiatives of keeping the environmental clean. So on behalf of the Green Team, I present you this plaque.
Members of the Green Team, appreciate all your service, and, you know, this is really a great award for the town to get, so thank you again.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, you're up.
Oh, thank you. I have an appointment to make this evening. To the council president and the council of the Township of Washington regarding an appointment to a planning board member, Class 4. Please be advised that I'm appointing George Toole as a Class 4 member to the planning board for an unexpired term ending December 31st, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're moving on to an update and question and answer period for the emergency services building with Robbie Connolly, who's here this evening. So he's going to make a presentation, and then we are going to move through the council. I'll ask each council member if they have any questions, and then we'll go from there.
Take the microphone and bring it.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, do we have a?
That's the wireless one, yes.
Let me just check with our technical person and make sure it's still on.
Robbie? It's on.
It's on, okay, good.
It's on.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rob Conley, the owner of Robbie Conley Architect, the architect on the emergency service building, the new fire and EMS building. I know there's been some questions going around about the building. So Mayor and Council asked me to come here tonight to answer some questions and to try to give you an update on the project and to try to cut down on some of the information that's going around that may not be 100% accurate. So I'm low tech tonight. I've got some boards up here. I'll try to stand aside so council can see also. But what I have here is I have the elevation that we presented in 2019 at the end of design development, which shows the top of the cupola as 53 foot 3 inches from the main level or the first floor of the building. If you look up here, on top of that is the construction document front elevation, which shows the height of the cupola to the top of the cupola to the first floor main level, still 53 foot 3 inches. So the only change that was made between design development and construction documents was when we got when we received the survey from the township engineer and we started working on the engineering for the site plan, is we had to drop the ambulance building side down 5 foot 4 inches. So this side of the building has dropped, but nothing else has gone up any higher. It's still at the same height that it was originally designed at, which is the 53 foot 3 inches. I did do a little bit of research and looked at the ordinance for the township. And the ordinance for the township clearly states in there that public buildings, churches, cupolas, chimneys, steeples are exempt from the height requirement. So therefore, this meets the code, the zoning code of the township. So another question that's come up is about the signs on the front of the building. We have two signs on the front of the building. One is a Maltese cross for the fire department. The other one is a Star of Life for the ambulance. I have 3 photographs here of signs similar to that. This one is at Woodbury Heights Fire Department, which is in my town. You can see how the LED lights behind are not showing through. It's a halo light. So it's not going to be bright and glaring into the bedrooms and your living rooms. This is another one in Monroe Township in Gloucester County, which is, again, the same thing. This one actually does shine through a little bit. It shines through the light a little bit, but it mostly comes out around the outside. These are spotlights, so that's not. And this is South Orange Rescue Squad. And theirs shines, rather than shining around, they wanted theirs shining through the front because they're right near the train station. And they wanted it lit up during the day. So this one is lit up and doesn't necessarily have that halo around it. What we're looking at on your buildings is more of the type here that you see on Woodbury Heights, the first one I showed you, which is the halo light around the Maltese cross and around the Star of Life. So that's what you're going to look at. I know a lot of people were concerned having LED lights shining brightly there. It's not going to be shining that brightly into the houses. Another question that came up, or thing that's been discussed, is flooding currently on the street where the construction project is. I have not been there I've been there at the beginning of a heavy rainstorm, but I've not been there during a heavy rainstorm. But my assumption, and I wish the township engineer was here, he could answer this a little bit better than me maybe, but my assumption is that the catch basins there, during construction, they have to put filter fabric in those basins so that the soil does not get down and clog up the drain pipes. And the contractors clean those periodically during the construction phase. So my assumption is what's happening is this filter fabric is getting clogged, and so those catch basins are not doing the job that they used to do. But you're not concerned about that. You're concerned about what this is going to be when it's done. Well, once they take that filter fabric out of there, those catch basins will start to work like they did before. And the other thing is that the existing property there was 100% or almost 100% paved. So putting a building on a paved lot does not increase the runoff any, because it's still impervious material. But you'll be happy to know that as part of the design, they actually have designed in a retention pipe that will be underground, a retention system. So all of the rain that comes off of the downspouts and gutters will go into this retention system underground. So when the project is completed, after all of the work is done and the site work is completed, you will actually get less runoff onto the street than you were before the building was built. Trying to think if there was anything else. I think that's pretty much it for now. I think I've answered most of the questions. I'm sure after Mayor and Council, we'll probably open it up to the public. But I also did want to bring you the renderings. This is 2 views of what the building will look like at the end. So you can see what it looks like. This is from the low side. So looking up, you can see that the building doesn't look so large. And also on the other side, on the fire department side, you can see it. So.
That's what's very large. Sorry. You don't have to look out your window, I've been needing to see this.
At this point, I think we're going to go to Mayor and Council for questions, and then I'll take them, and I guess then it'll be up to Council whether they want to open up to the public now or later.
Okay, actually, I have a few questions if that's
Sure.
okay, Mr. Gunn.
Yep.
So I was interested in the roof. I see the roof is a peak roof instead of a flat roof. Is there a specific reason you designed that way?
Well, the main thing for designing with a peaked roof is for the water runoff and the lifespan of the roof.
Okay.
The roof that we've designed on the building is a 50-year shingle. It's technically its lifetime, but on commercial buildings, they only warrant it for 50 years. A flat roof is going to have to be replaced depending on what material we put on. If we went with a more economical material, EPDM, that's probably going to have to be replaced every 12 to 15 years.
Are there additional downfalls to a flat roof? or versus a peak roof, or the opposite, or?
Well, a peak roof works better with the snow,
Mhm.
which you get a lot of here, and it also drains the rain off easier and quicker. You don't have to worry about cleaning out the roof drains and things sort of like that. So the pitched roof is more economical, and I feel that it also works better. And I think it's more aesthetic for a residential neighborhood because you don't have flat roofs in residence. You
Right,
typically
sure.
have a peak roof.
The peak is quite large. There's a room that the firemen and the ambulance corps is going to be used in the peak. Is it storage space? What is actually in? I haven't seen the inside plans, that's why
Okay.
I'm.
Basically, what's inside of most of the attic space, let's call it, is the HVAC units, makeup air units. It's a lot of the mechanical systems are in the roof. And by putting the mechanical systems up in the attic space, that way we're not taking up footprint space or usable space for those systems. So therefore, we were able to shrink the building a little bit.
Okay. In regards to you went over the symbol for the ambulance and the fire department. Are there going to be LED lights that will be shining anywhere into the street? Or is there a plan for anything, like, the neighbors have concerns, obviously, that there's going to be lights shining in their house. Do you happen to know what the plan is for any type of spotlights or anything like that outside of the building?
There are coach lights across the front,
Which are recessed lights?
no, these are actual little coach lights
Okay.
that will hang next to the doors.
Okay,
They are more for, they're not going to be bright lights. They're just going to be to light up the front of the building.
okay,
There are spotlights
Okay.
on both the fire and the ambulance side. Those spotlights are on a switch.
okay,
And they are only there when they come back from a call at night. They have to put the equipment back in service, or on the ambulance side, if they have to clean out the ambulance and they're going to do it outside rather than inside the station, they have these spotlights that they can turn on while they're cleaning the vehicles, and they will shut them off when they're not needed.
okay, so they will be controlled by the fire department and the EMS?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to the water runoff, so what happens, everything gets fixed, the building's beautiful, is there a contingency if we do have water runoff issues? Post this?
As the architect, I really do the building.
Yeah, I know.
That would be the site engineer.
Yeah,
But I can tell you that, from my experience, is that when you have a property like that was fully paved,
mhm,
or almost fully paved, and you put a building on it, it doesn't really change the runoff amount.
okay,
Because impervious material is impervious material, whether it's asphalt or whether it's building. The site engineer, the township's engineer, they did design the system underground to retain some of that runoff.
okay,
Now, I don't know how large that system is. I don't know how much runoff that's designed. I believe that's designed to cover the downspouts. So that would basically be subtracting the footprint of the building away from the runoff that will immediately come out on the ground.
okay.
So that would substantially reduce the amount of runoff on the property, I would think.
Mr. Tobo, do you think we could put that question out to the site engineer just to see if, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but just for peace of mind, to see if there's a contingency plan when the building's done, if there's a problem?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Holly. That's all my questions.
Okay, no problem.
Vice President Morgan?
Nope, I think you answered a lot of the questions that I had been receiving from some of the residents. I'm interested to see what they have to ask.
Councilman Cassius?
Yeah, my concern is the runoff. I walked the site the other day, after rain, well after rain, and there was no baggage around the storm drain.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that it's supposed to be there. Okay, I'm assuming silt got into the runoff area. But are the builders supposed to fix that drain on a regular basis? They're supposed to scope that out on a normal job?
If you have the filter fabric over,
Right.
and again, this is not my specialty.
Right, I
This is
understand.
really the site engineer, so I'm just going from my experience.
Okay.
But from my understanding is the silt
Mhm.
goes over top of or under the grate.
Right.
And what happens is that protects
Right.
that soil from running off and going into the pipe and clogging the pipe. If that's not there or that's not being used, and I guess it was last week. Yes, it was last week when I was up here for a job meeting. I did see
You did
the
see it.
filter fabric underneath of the one catch basin on the fire department side.
Okay.
There's an existing catch basin there out near the street. And I
Sure.
did see the filter fabric under it. It was not raining that day, so I don't know if it was working.
And you're saying that within the engineering, there is additional seepage pits for the runoff on that
Yeah,
property,
yes,
as far as you know?
The engineer designed a underground, I guess the best way I can describe it, because I don't know the
Right.
technical term, they designed an underground storage area
Right.
where the rain would go into basically a large pipe,
Mhm.
and that large pipe has holes in it,
Right.
so that would recharge into the ground. So it would catch up to a certain amount of water, and then
And then
that would
disperse it
slowly
slowly.
recharge into the ground, so that water is not running off across the surface.
I think that's my major concern about the site at this point, because, it is on a grade, as opposed to where the existing firehouse is, it's pretty much flat where it is. You do have a grade there because you have to lower the ambulance corps side on the east side by 5 feet, correct?
Yes.
So that might give the appearance of the actual building being taller than the 53.3, correct? So you add 5, you're talking almost 60 feet.
Yes.
So those are my concerns, and hopefully that retention system works pretty well.
Yes, I mean, it should. I've seen them done in the past, and they do seem to work very well, as long as it's designed for the size of that property. And considering the runoff that was there, we're not really increasing the runoff.
Right.
So anything that it does is going to make it better than it was before the building was built.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just have one more question. I'm sure we're paying for the fabric. Do we know if we've been billed so far? Do we check to make sure they're changing it? I don't know if that's normal practice. Maybe we could just put that out to the site.
The schedule of values is not broken down per
It's not,
unit prices. There is a line item there for, I believe there's a line item for soil erosion. And that would be paid when they put that out there. But they would have to maintain that. And if they don't maintain that, typically the county soil conservation district
Right.
will come out and, I don't want to say fine them, but notice them that they're not maintaining the systems out there. If there is an issue or you think there is an issue, please either notify me or better yet, because I'll just notify your township engineer. If you notify the township engineer that there's an issue out there, they should write a letter to the contractor or contact the contractor and make sure he's doing his job and he's keeping this clean.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman DeSena?
Sure, thank you, Mrs. Payne. Mr. Conley, have we measured the roof height to make sure it matches the rendering?
I did not measure the roof height. I did ask the contractor to drop a tape down and give me a measurement. But the measurement that he gave me, I know is not correct because he gave me a measurement of 28 feet and I know it's not 28 feet. So I have asked him to update that measurement for me. But the courses of block that are there and the height of the trusses do work out to what it should be for the height of the 53-foot-3 after the cupola is up there.
How tall is the cupola?
Cupola, I believe, is about 7 feet.
Not 12 and a half feet,
I
like,
don't believe it's 12 and a half feet.
it's the big difference. It's, 12 and a half versus 7 is,
Well, if the cupola is 12 and a half feet, then that means the peak of the roof would be even lower.
well, that's why, because you look at your rendering and if you look at the windows on the side of the building, right? The double hung windows on the side next to fire bay doors. Right, you see the two
Yeah.
double hung windows? Well, the set of windows, no, on the, toward the middle
On the
bay.
ambulance side.
No, on the top, right there. Those are about 2 by 2 if you scale it, like they're approximately like 2 feet by 2 feet windows. So I said they were 4 by 2,
I'm guessing that they're probably 5 foot high.
5 foot high. So if you take those 5-foot windows, right, and you cut and paste it to the ridge of the fire bay, to the ridge of the middle of the building, it's way under 5 feet. And that's where I think the rendering is off. And if you take that 5 feet and you put it up by the cupola, it's way under 7.5 feet. So I think there's a bust in the rendering, and that's what's throwing everybody off. Because if you take those 2 windows, right, if you just take a piece of paper out, right, and you create a scale,
Well,
right?
when you're looking at a rendering, things are in the distance, so things are different scale.
But even when you do it on that
If I
sheet,
look at it on this window is probably about 5 feet,
correct.
okay? So if I take that,
Don't
We all do, don't we?
I know there's actually lines on the street, so. So the cupola measures approximately 8 foot on this from the peak of the roof to the peak of the
Okay.
top of the cupola.
All right, now what about the ridge to the ridge
To the ridge.
on the fire bay side?
This might- you know what? I believe I actually have this.
Oh, you have the sheet?
Do you want to use the table, Mr. Connolly? Would that be easier?
No. You did not go through the little battery card.
Uh-oh. Now you did it.
Okay. Okay, so the top of the cupola is 53 foot 3 inches. The peak is 44 foot 6 inches. This is all off of that main level, which we call 0.
Whoa, so you're saying the ridge over that building is only 44.6 according to you?
44 foot 6 inches, yes.
I think we need to get that measured like ASAP because,
The,
again today.
the peak of the ambulance side is 33 foot 7 inches.
Mhm.
And the peak on the fire side is 35 foot 9 inches.
so it's 35 foot 9 minus, what would you say the middle ridge was on that side?
The middle ridge is 44 foot 10, or 44 foot 6, sorry.
40 foot 6, and what was the fire department ridge?
35 foot 9. So you're talking 9 foot, 8 foot, 8 foot.
So if you go out there, there's more than 2 pieces of plywood high between the 2 ridges at the center.
Then we'll have to figure out where the contractor made a mistake. So, because it's only supposed to be
About 8 feet.
about 8 feet.
Because I believe it's a half sheet on the top, a full sheet, and then another full sheet at the bottom, and then another half sheet cut into there somehow at the other ridge.
And if that's the case, that would be the first time I've ever seen a contractor build something bigger than they were supposed to,
Well, it appears,
in a public job.
because I'm looking at the.
We'll be opening it in a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, so 44 foot 6 is let's call it the main body of the building.
Yes,
To where that ridge is right now, that they just put the cap on it, is supposed to be 44 foot 6.
44 foot 6 from there down to the main level.
The main level, the ground level,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Mr. Connolly, would you think it's, at this
I
point?
have
in-
more questions.
I know, I'm sorry. Would you think at this point in time, maybe, I don't know, next week or a couple weeks, a meeting with you, the mayor, the administrator, the contractor would be warranted?
I meet with the contractor every 2 weeks.
You are, and he
Every-
hasn't said anything along
No.
the lines of what's going on?
No. So we will measure it next Tuesday when we're up here for the meeting. And we will measure it then and see where it's at.
Okay, and if you have an answer right at that meeting, could you please have the mayor and Mr. Turbo email the council
Sure.
right away, if you don't mind? Would that be okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Could I continue, Mrs. Finney?
Yes, absolutely, go ahead.
Where is the retention system located, on the east side or the west side of the building?
It is under the front lawn. Okay.
There's no front lawn. There's no front lawn.
The floodlights, are they pole mounted or are they building mounted?
They
that
are
they're gonna-
building mounted.
So they're gonna face the roadway.
They're building mounted, but they're facing down.
But
They
they're
are,
still gonna have halo effect across the street.
I don't think that you'll have much. They should be facing down. They're spotlights, not floodlights. So therefore, the light should be.
Do we have photometrics showing that it doesn't exceed the photometrics for that area, Mr. Conley?
No, we did not do photometrics for it.
Okay. The finished floor of the elevation appears to be lower than the finished floor. The finished floor elevation of the ambulance core appears to be lower. I know they still have to pour it. It's probably like a 6 to 8 inch slab, but it appears to be lower than Washington Avenue.
There's going
I'm
to,
concerned. I know we're putting a curb there, but with these heavy runoffs, a lot of people in town are getting their garages flooded. So I'm just concerned that it's something we could address now, but the way it appears now is that the apron is pitched toward the building. I don't have the plans. I'm just going visually.
no, I can tell you that it does not on the design. And I will mention that to the township engineer and ask them to take a look at it. There is on the ambulance side, you're going to have approximately 8 inches above what's there now.
Yeah, and if you look at it, it's a very deceptive, but it looks like it's not. It's either dead flat, which we don't want, and it's not much pitch going forward. And the way we've been having these monsoon rains, the last thing we want is for water to be.
I would be very, I'll be very upset if that's the case because I didn't want to drop that section the whole 5 feet, 4 inches, which is what the township engineer required us to drop it. I really didn't want to drop it that far.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't-
if you're correct, we didn't have to drop it that far.
I just want to, because we could fix it now, but we can't fix it after, we don't want to be sandbagging a new building every time it rains. So.
I agree, and they did give us a survey of their foundation walls after the foundation walls were completed, and that survey was to the proper height. So maybe they have to bring more fill in there, I'm not sure.
Okay, I hope that's the case, Mr. Coe. Are we going to have the surveyor measure the height, not the contractor, since he did an incorrect measurement today
With the height of the,
of the building to make sure it's 44'6".
no, I'm going to drop a line, I'm going to go up on the roof and drop a line down.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mrs. Feeney.
I just had a question. Are photometrics a requirement in doing this type of building, or is it optional? Is it just something that's not normally done, or?
Photometrics are typically required by the planning board for site lighting, not for, and this is not considered site lighting, this is just task lighting. So typically you wouldn't do a photometric for a task lighting, a light like that, unless it was requested, and then you would go ahead and do that.
So the previous council and planning, they didn't request one, I'm assuming.
No, it was never requested before, so,
Thank you.
okay.
Does anybody else, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chova, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Sears?
Yes, Mr. Conley, can you tell me who has overall responsibility of building that building?
The general contractor.
Have you replaced any plywood on that roof?
Yes, he has.
Why would rotten plywood placed on the roof?
That's a good question, but we sent letters to him requiring him to remove that plywood and replace it with good plywood. Also to cut up some of the, he had some spaces up to almost 3/4 of an inch between the plywood, which is only supposed to be 1/8 of an inch apart. So he had to repair that prior to putting the roof on.
So,
Tom, I'm sorry. Is your microphone on?
And Mr. Conley.
I'm sorry.
Tom,
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Conley, we did a full inspection of the replaced plywood and the gaps.
But we did not do a full inspection of it. We just saw photographs of it. And from what I've seen, it does look like it is done properly now.
Tom, is your light?
It's on, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Uh,
Thank you.
Mr. Conley, is it common practice to patch beams together with clamps, especially on the roof side?
I don't
When
know.
you look at the ripple of the roof, you may have beams here and then a beam higher. Has anybody got up and looked at the construction on the inside of the firehouse?
I'm not sure where you're talking about or what you're describing.
Well, if you go up into the attic where the beams are placed to hold the roof
Okay, where the trusses are.
on the
roof
trusses, the
Okay,
trusses, I'm
okay,
sorry.
Okay.
Is it common practice that if a truss isn't long enough, that you patch a piece of wood in between to make it long enough?
No.
No. Has anybody get up there to look at the trusses?
The trusses, there's a third-party inspection that has to be done of the truss installation. And we have not received that third-party inspection yet from the engineer or the testing company that does that
So
inspection.
here's my concern with that.
We've roofed it now.
We're spending 5 million, 6 million. We're placing rotten plywood. You got trusses that are patched together. You got contractors in the middle of a rain and ice storm, they're putting a roof on with lightning, and there's nobody downstairs telling these people to get off the roof. Is this good practice? Is this good use of township money?
Safety and security is the responsibility of the contractor. That falls on the contractor. Okay? Once that building gets started to be constructed, that property is the contractor's responsibility for safety and security and all of that. So if they had people up working on the roof, if I would have seen that, I would have told them to get down. I think if most people would have seen them, they would have told them to get down. The fact that nobody told them to get down, I have a problem with that. But that's not under my control. That's under the control.
Completely understand it, but you're talking to the citizens tonight about this firehouse. Where's the contractor?
I don't believe the contractor was asked to be here.
Well, maybe we should have him here.
Mr. Sears is 100% correct. If we could please have the contractor at the next meeting.
Because for $6 million, rotten plywood's not gonna last the roof 15 years.
Rotten plywood was removed from the project.
Oh, it was only removed because multiple firefighters complained about it.
It was removed because,
Please, you have
We
to, please,
saw
I'm sorry.
that, and
We just
they-
have to- I'm sorry.
yes, it was pointed out to us from the firefighters. But we wrote a letter to the contractor requiring the contractor to repair that.
Yes, thank you, but my concern is, where's this contractor? Isn't he looking? Does he go up? Or does he attend the meeting and assume everything is okay? And this is not anything against you, Mr. Collins.
The contractor is supposed to have a superintendent on the site at all times while work is being completed on the site.
How many superintendents have they gone through on this?
They are on their third superintendent on that.
Thank you.
Really?
And Saturday,
Do you think it's been the issue with the contractor itself not being able to keep someone in employ because he's not practicing safety? Or what's, in your professional opinion, when superintendents roll off projects consistently like this and there's attrition constantly, what's the problem?
There are multiple reasons. There could be multiple reasons. My understanding on the reason that these two superintendents were removed from this project, the first one was because of issues between the superintendent and some of the neighbors that live behind the building. That was why the first one was removed. The reason the second one was removed had to do with the masonry and the block on the project, and that he didn't necessarily have the correct block there, and he was storing block for another project on the site.
So, if I interrupt, when you say masonry, are you aware of the fact that the building's not straight? It's sort of crooked?
The building is not crooked. The building is where the building is supposed to be. Because we had the survey performed, and it was approved by us, and it was also approved by the township engineer. The locations of the corners and the height of the corners was taken by a surveyor. Now, if the surveyor
Is
was
that the same
wrong,
survey that surveyed the roof?
that was 28 feet.
no, that was a contractor that took a tape. That was not a survey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collins.
So you're saying the placement of the building could be what's creating, the placement on the property, on the actual land is creating what could be interpreted as it's not even. Is that?
Could be.
It may visually look like it's not straight, but you have a building that steps back and steps forward that goes along the road there, so.
But there should
Could you
be
just
tangent,
verify that?
but there
for
should be
the residents?
tangent points between the corners.
Yes, and like I said.
And that's not what's shown. When you look at the facade, it's not, it's like what Mr. Spears is saying, and I know what he's talking about. If you put the 2 points of the front building, it's not a tangent line between those 2 points. It's got a bow in it. And that's what Mr.
So
Spears
you're
is.
saying the building, the
Not the whole
masonry,
building, some of it, in some places.
you're saying that the masonry bows out,
In
not
some
that
places.
it's crooked on the building?
No, the building is,
Okay, I thought you said it was, you meant it was.
no, he's saying like if
skewed on
you take 2 points and you're supposed to put a string line between them and make a straight line, you don't get a straight line.
Mr. Hunt, I know you said that next Tuesday is your meeting next with, right? Is there any way you could maybe move it up? This, it's only Monday this week. Are you saying Tuesday tomorrow or Tuesday of next week?
Tuesday of next week.
Okay. I think, based on the concerns just voiced by the council, and obviously we know the residents have, would it be possible to move the meeting?
I know what you're talking about. I didn't want to step on your toes.
No, that's fine.
I would have to check and see if the contractor can make it, because there's the owner of the company
I understand.
and the project manager that come to those meetings also.
You know what? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but at this level right now, with all of the concern and some of the valid points that were made, I think it rises to the level of an emergency meeting to make sure that no further work is done, no more money is spent, so that if there is something that needs to be corrected, it can be done right now rather than later. I don't know what else would rise to the level of an emergent meeting. It's no longer convenient for him if it's inconvenient for the town that doesn't look right.
And his contract, technically right now, based on these questions and these concerns, his contract is up for question, in my opinion. And sitting up here and representing the residents, his contract is definitely on the table for negotiation.
Or at least for a closer look.
Okay, I'm not sure that will be illegal.
No, but if everybody's questioning.
I can tell you this, that if there is something wrong with the construction, he will not be paid
Absolutely
for
not.
that to be done.
No.
We do not approve construction that is not proper.
And it's very good to hear that you're saying that, because I agree 100% with you. Absolutely. That's great that you're on that side. I think that's phenomenal.
But,
But at the
go
same
ahead,
time, we
Desiree.
still need it.
Yes,
a meeting sooner rather than later would be prudent.
I will try to set up a meeting within the next couple of days with the contractor to take a look at that. And I don't know that we need to have everybody there, but I would appreciate at least the administrator being there for that meeting. And Mr. Sears, if you could tell me which wall you're talking about is not straight, I would like to know that, because I would like to take a look at that for myself and point it out to him.
Mr. Mike and Mr.
Mr.
Sears,
Conley,
just
I
a quick question.
have two other questions for Mr. Conley. Desiree, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand. You're telling me if I took a chalk line and I snapped the chalk line from corner to corner,
It's off.
it's off. Okay. Just want to make sure we got that right. Because I didn't see it. I haven't noticed it.
I have
haven't watched
two
it,
further
so-
questions, Mr. Conley.
That's all.
The roof trusses, what Mr. Sears, and I witnessed it on Saturday when they were putting up roofing shingles in the monsoon rain. The trusses and the plywood, there's a gap between the two. So, in order to get the nice lines of the corners and the valleys correct, they're popping the plywood underneath it and causing a gap off the joists.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So, when they nailed it, it looked like my 7-year-old nailed it, because it was like this. And then
it's
the
all-
roofer went up there with his pry bar, and he pried it and put a string line and moved it all up to the right elevation. So now there's a gap between the joist and the plywood, because he did what was right, because he wants a nice straight line on that valley.
I was told by the contractor, and I have not had the opportunity to review it yet, but I was told by the contractor that what they did in some of those areas, not all of them, some of the areas they replaced the plywood. In other areas, they actually put blocking underneath to hold that at the proper level.
Is that common?
That is a
common
way of,
practice?
yes, that's common practice. The other thing is to put H-clips in.
Okay,
They
I
call
get
them
what you're
H-clips,
saying. Yeah.
and that they would put between the two pieces of plywood, between the trusses.
Right.
That's another way of doing it.
Okay.
Did we use any H-clips on this project?
There were no H-clips on this
Check,
project.
I didn't see one. I'm saying, I would,
Because isn't that the better practice, the H-clip, than it is the blocking? Isn't that the better for long-term use?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The H-clips are easier for the contractor to
Okay.
do. The blocking is the way we used to do it for hundreds of years.
Before the H
Before
clip?
the H-clips.
Okay, that makes sense.
So they may have to get in there and do a lot more blocking. is
They
what you're
may,
saying.
they may.
Okay.
And the letter that we sent to the contractor told him that he will not be paid for anything above the sheathing until the sheathing is proper. If he went and put the roof on there and we feel that the sheathing is not proper, he's gonna have to replace that roof at his cost.
I'm assuming,
Well, I
based on
think
the
the
part.
roof is done.
The roof was completed today, the rainstorm.
He's gonna have,
Rainstorm, they completed it.
if it's not proper, he's gonna have to take it off and replace it. And the other thing is, the roof that's on there, the manufacturer has to come out, inspect the roof, and give us the warranty on the roof. And I already have a call into the manufacturer asking their opinion on the shingles being installed over the weekend and last week when the sheathing was wet.
Well, I'd like to see the information on the truss, on how those trusses are being held.
I believe that there were a couple of trusses that they had to modify out on the site. And to modify a truss, they have to have the truss manufacturer and the engineer who designed the trusses design the modification. And I believe that
You got
was
a truss
done.
like this, and then there's a piece of wood like that in between the two trusses. I don't consider that modification. I consider that like sloppy work.
Do they then have to provide documentation
Yes.
about the modification?
Yes,
Did you
we
get?
have documentation on one or two truss modifications that I did not look at. The project manager looked at those truss modifications. And your construction code official should also get a copy of those truss modifications.
Tom, maybe you want to look to see what
I
you saw
really would like to
versus.
see that.
And
Yeah, would it be possible to?
Well, so nobody has physically gone up to look at the trusses right now.
at this point, no,
So
because there's no way to get up there.
We have trusses that are spliced together with rotten wood, and then they put a new roof on top of that.
Well,
But you replace the wood, but you only replace the wood because firemen pointed it out that it was rotten. So
What's
where
this?
is the overall person responsible for this whole job?
Who from the town goes there on a daily basis, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Tobin?
We do. We live across the street.
I'm asking Mr. Tobin?
We have no one assigned to go there on a daily basis.
No one.
No one.
Yeah, but we are also, there's a superintendent on the site. So have you met the new superintendent? We're on number 3.
we're on number 3, yes.
Have you?
Yes, he's been there for, I'm going to say, probably about a month and a half to 2 months. This superintendent has been there.
And are things due to the previous issues with the past 2 superintendents? What's your professional opinion now? Do we need to have a conversation with the contractor and say you need to step it up and bring somebody in with more experience? Like, what do we need to do?
I would say this guy, they're about the same. I'm just going to leave
But
it.
this
not
is the
good
same
enough.
guy that
But it's
allowed the
not-
rotten
it's not-
wood to go up.
It's not,
This is the same guy who
It's
allowed
not- this is
the
not-
framer to put the wood up there, which has been replaced.
Yes.
Now, one other thing on
Do we
your
know when it was
trusses.
replaced, Mr. Conley? Because I drive by every day religiously. And, you know, on Saturday, I drove past 4 times because Food Town called me 4 times, but they didn't really call me. I had to make 4 trips. And the white van for the roofers was the only truck on site other than the fire department.
My understanding from the contractor is that the only person that was on site on Friday was the framer. On Saturday, I didn't know anybody was there.
The roofers were
because
here
they're
on
not
Saturday.
supposed to be working on Saturday unless they ask for
The
permission.
roofers were here. Mr. and Mrs. Pistono called me and said, are they allowed to work today? I called a bunch of people. I looked at our ordinance. It said it was allowed to work on Saturday as long as it was between the hours said. And there was nobody on site other than the white roofer van. They were on there with monsoon rain going on. I wouldn't want anybody in that rain up there. They're not tied off.
Not tied off.
They're not tied off at all.
No safety straps.
I mean, I think that, when you look at projects in general, project management, obviously this is not how this should be handled. And I think this needs to be questions with the contractor and say, listen, if you do not have the person or the staff and you need to bring somebody in, it's your responsibility to do that. And I think that's the direction it has to go.
At any time, the township can require the contractor to replace the superintendent. If that is what you're telling me that you would like to do, please send that to me in writing, and I will notify the contractor that he must replace the superintendent.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's yes, replace the superintendent, but now it's time for credentials, experience. What projects have you worked on? What's your success rate? That's the next. I mean, when you're hiring a PM, in theory, that's what you would theoretically.
We
look at.
received that from the contractor. We've received that. We request that every time, and we did receive that, and the information looked.
It looks good, right?
It
I know
looks
somebody's CV. I know.
Exactly.
Have we
Maybe we
passed,
need references checked. I don't know.
have we passed our rough framing to get the roof up?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Has rough framing been passed for the roof?
I do not know. I do not know whether the rough framing was inspected or not. I also, the roof trusses need to be inspected by a third-party inspector.
Yeah, but
And my
I'm not
understanding.
disagreeing with you at all
No.
on that. I know that's common practice, but we are putting the cart before the horse. The shingles are down. I mean, they put, I don't know how many hundreds of squares are up there, but every square inch of that roof is now 100% watertight. So we've missed the bag if there's something wrong with those trusses.
No, we haven't. Because if there's something wrong with it.
We look
then
like a bunch of fools that we
the
let them do this.
The contractor is responsible for it. The general contractor is responsible. It is he's responsible for means, methods, schedule, and performance.
So he would have had to have that inspected before.
He would have had to have, exactly.
So we need the inspection records. Where's the
Where is it?
inspection
That's what I'm
I have not received it yet.
Right.
So then
I have
that's
not
another
received
question. Why hasn't the
But-
superintendent requested the inspection and gotten that done? That's the whole thing. It's project.
Normally what happens on these third-party inspections is the inspector tells the superintendent or whoever's out there, okay, it's good, you're passed,
Right.
and then it takes 2 to 3 weeks for them to get the report in.
So you think it may have been
Unfortunately,
done? So the inspection may
I
have
was
been done?
told that it was done.
So can we
That the
contact the
inspection was done.
inspector and see if there was an actual
Inspection
inspection?
report or, yeah.
I can contact them, yes.
Okay.
I can contact
Because if they
AEL.
are 2 to 3 weeks behind, they just did it, fine. But let's have the inspection report and then, I think we still need eyes on the job to verify what's going on. I mean, that's.
I'm more than happy to go up there and to walk up. I intended on walking the roof last Tuesday when I was up there. But you could see from the ground that the plywood was not acceptable.
Right.
And so therefore, we just wrote the letter to the contractor and told him to replace it. I didn't feel I had to walk up there to see how bad it was. I could see from the ground how bad it was.
That's not good either.
And he was to replace it and make it up to par. He sent us a letter claiming that he did that. So,
Thank you.
I personally have some questions about putting a shingle roof on the roof during the rainstorm. I reached out to the manufacturer and I'm waiting for them to get back to me. If the manufacturer does not warrant that roof for the 50 years, then they're not getting paid for the roof. We're not approving payment for the roof.
Right, but then we also have an insurance issue too, if they don't manufacture, if they don't, put the warranty on the roof too.
If
We
they
have an
don't put,
insurance issue.
if they don't give the warranty on the
They
roof,
redo it.
then the contractor's gonna have to redo it.
Yeah, so they're gonna, at his cost.
Exactly, at his cost,
Yeah.
yes. Yes.
And you said it perfectly. He's responsible.
Yes.
He took the job on, he bid the job, he knew what he was doing. We have to, from the superintendent to the owner, we have to hold them accountable.
Yes, definitely, and that's what we've been doing.
Yeah. Mr. Conley, I'm gonna open it to public comment for this portion, so we're gonna keep it to public comment. I'm just gonna read the little blurb about public comment. We're gonna do the building, okay, first, and then we'll go on with the rest of the meeting and go to public comment. Where's the public comment?
Thank you for answering everything. I know it felt like you're on the hot seat.
Okay, we're moving to general public comment regarding the new emergency services building. Limit is 5 minutes. Motion to open public comment regarding emergency
So
services
moved.
building.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, please, who would like to? Please.
I'll go first.
We can, if could you come up to the, do you mind?
Do this in a quick minute.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Just make sure the little green light is on the bottom of the microphone. Is it on?
I got a red on. Press it for green.
Just push it again.
Oh, it should be fine. Talk into the microphone. Just test it.
Testing, testing.
Okay, that's perfect.
Bring
Thank you.
it a little closer to your mouth if you
Thank
like.
you. Yeah.
Very good.
doesn't change.
Mr. Mayor,
Bye-bye.
Mr. Fowler, council members, I don't want to shock you, but I'm going to lay it right on the line, okay? I live at 631 Washington Avenue. I am directly across from the EMS portion of this new facility.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Excuse me, can you tell me your name for the record, please?
John Pistono,
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Pistono.
and I want to address the elevation on this building, okay? I've become the inspector, and I brought some good men and women with me tonight, and they'll testify to some of this, but I measured it again today. It's very simple math. If you count the blocks, the center section being the offensive, okay, the big offense, and the corner, the west corner of the center section, that would be the corner that the EMS, that is it exactly. It's 45 blocks high, okay? I measured the blocks in the parking lot at the fire station on a Sunday several months ago, okay? I did this for a living too. But at any rate, 45 blocks. The blocks are 8 1/4 high. Inch of mortar at the bottom, inch of mortar at the top. Round it off, make it 9 1/4 high. 45 blocks times 9 1/4, okay? You get 371.25 inches. And you divide it by 12 to get it into feet. Comes up to 30 feet, 30 foot, 94 inches. Okay, I rounded it off, made it 31 foot. The plywood above the block is almost 5 full tiers of the plywood. The plywood is 4 foot by 8 foot. So 4 of the 4 foot high, that's 16, okay? And eyeballing it, I'm going to be generous, I'm going to call it 3 feet, all right? So I'm adding it on 19 foot. To make it simple, I just rounded it to 20 feet. Mr. Conley, what I'm saying to you is, at the east corner of the center section of that building is approximately 51 inches high.
51 feet.
51 feet high, I'm sorry. That corner that you have the rule on is approximately 55 feet high,
Up to the peak?
to the peak. No cupola. Forget the cupola. We'll get to that in a minute. All right? Very good. That's the first
It's okay,
bone.
you can have more than 5 minutes, it's fine.
Well,
That's fine.
this is important to all of us because we're all paying
Yeah,
for this.
absolutely, that's why I'm saying,
Okay.
please go ahead.
And like I said, I'm not here to alarm you, but I'm a hell of a photographer. Runs in the family, all right? With respect to the roof, I've watched this from day one. The masons hire them again. They're animals. They work in the wind, the rain, everything. The roof is a whole different story. Those trusses, it's Fusilli Jerry. Remember the Seinfeld episode, Fusilli Jerry? Okay. Those trusses should have been thrown away. They're like macaronis. They're like this. They serpentine. I have digital color photos of all of them. With respect to the sheathing, the center section was put on, I'm going to say a month and a half ago. I have a young fellow here. He'll verify it because his bedroom is 90 degrees looking into it. Right about where that peak is there.
Right there, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
they put up a number of sheets of plywood, I believe right after they installed the AC unit up there into the roof portion. And those son of a guns, I mean, I can see them from my Marine's bedroom. That's how clear they are. They have bowed up 2 and 3 inches. Fred, jump in anytime. How many thousand nails do you think those fellows put in there and banged in there? I mean, every day, they'd start off every day with the nail guns. If the wood is rotten, you're further doing damage because the wood deteriorates once it's rotten. You put a million more holes in it. The principle is the more holes, the less material. It's very simple. They didn't replace that center wood. They replaced one panel on the EMI side, on the east side of that roof. That's Saturday. They replaced one panel, and then they were chased away. She called. We were petrified. No tether straps. I said, my God, if they fall off, the town is going to get sued.
In the hailstorm.
In the hailstorm, the hailstorm. Torrential rain. And I'm going, that's where they're going to get killed. These boys don't need to get killed.
No,
Okay.
my husband's a tradesman. I would feel the
Absolutely,
exact same
absolutely.
way, yes.
My brother just built the 2 towers at Stevens Tech. So at any rate, she called and we asked the police, please, can you get them down? We're afraid they're going to get killed,
Yeah,
these guys. The
absolutely.
lightning was right over them. At any rate, that was one with the roof. I can provide you with pictures.
Would you send them to us and we'll forward them to Mr. Connolly? If you
Yeah.
can send them to me, I will
Okay.
forward them to Mr. Connolly.
I mean, I'm not looking to cause trouble, but we paid for a roof. All right, I put a GAF roof on my house and stuff, and it had swirlies in it. My guy came back, he said, what do you want me to do? I said, Mr. Ferrari, what would you do? Get it out of there. You replace it, no charge.
Of course.
But I have another question for you. Being you have an AC unit up there, and we've already discussed all of these things that have occurred here, and we've been eyewitness to it and stuff, is it possible that that roof could fail and kill our people under it eventually?
What I can do, and what I am going to do,
Yeah,
is I'm going to require the contractor
yeah.
to have the truss manufacturer come out and tell us that those trusses are okay.
Okay,
Because the truss manufacturer is who designs and who's responsible for those trusses. So we're going to have the truss manufacturer come out or send somebody out and make sure that those trusses are okay, in addition to the third-party inspector who inspects those trusses. Now, the third-party inspector, it's really his responsibility to make sure that those trusses, once they're installed, because all trusses end up getting delivered to a site.
Yeah.
And they sit there for.
That's
a
what
couple
happens.
weeks. And normally,
The
they
heat,
sit there covered.
the water.
And they're up off the ground.
Never covered.
These did not appear to
Never
be covered, and they were off the ground with styrofoam, but styrofoam gives way pretty quickly.
I have photographs
So-
of them swinging the trusses.
So we will request, I can request the manufacturer to come out, but we already have the requirement of a third-party inspector inspecting those trusses to make sure that the trusses are adequate and installed properly. And when I say adequate, I don't mean design-wise, I mean the way that they were, after them sitting there, to make sure that they're still intact. Because I'm not sure if anybody knows how trusses go together, but they're these little gang nail
Yeah.
plates that get put on.
Yeah.
And what
I mean, I
happens
see
with those
them in
gang
use.
nail plates, when they sit out in the weather, is they can come loose. And the third-party inspector is supposed to inspect those plates while they're also inspecting to make sure they were installed properly.
I wouldn't want to go up there in that hailstorm and the rain and stuff, so maybe that's what
Nobody should
happened.
be up there in a house.
No, absolutely not.
They were up there today at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Was
Boring.
no, they were up there at 4 o'clock today. They had a plastic
A
garbage bag
backpack blower
with a backpack blower on, blowing moisture off the roof with a garbage bag over their head. 2 of them standing side by side.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of chooches up there. I don't know who's watching this job, Robbie. It's unimaginable that we're letting this happen. Because God forbid, I don't care whose insurance policy it is. I don't want anybody to die from just pure stupidity. And that's the problem.
Mr. Conley, live and in color.
Oh, you got a picture of them with the backpack
She has
and
it,
the,
and
and
I
the
have
garbage bag
multiple.
over their head?
It's a little frightening.
And that was today.
Yes.
During the rainstorm.
Yeah.
Around 4 o'clock.
That heavy rain.
4:06, I went by and they were up there, and I'm like, oh my God, what are you guys doing up here? Like, really?
Especially with that backpack blower.
The other day, thunder and lightning,
The lightning was close,
It's right over it.
right over our heads, they're up on the roof.
May I make a comment about the roof real quick? The condition-
One thing, I know it's not my town, it's not my council, but I think we need to try to keep it to only one person talking at a time. For the
Yeah,
meeting
if we don't mind.
So I don't.
No, you're, Mr. Conley, you're 100%.
I've been there before, so.
But I will say, based on not just, in general, the town is going to look at all the remedies available to it and possibly not committing, stopping work, but I'm not committing to that, and the town is going to look at, but all remedies, I can guarantee you, from my perspective, and I think everybody up here, will be reviewed and looked at. I think Mr. Connolly, absolutely, thank you for being here. I would like if you could be here when the contractor comes at the next meeting, if we could schedule that out, when's our next meeting?
August 9th,
August
9th.
9th. So,
Well,
well, we have to have a public meeting. It's not, we have to see what happens. And we possibly could have an emergency meeting, but they are going to have a meeting. We're not having a meeting till August 9th. We're going to request the architect and the contractor to be here at the next public meeting. But
We're
those
gonna have a
meetings are
meeting.
going to happen.
We're going to have a meeting
Right.
with the contractor within the next couple of days. And then the contractor and myself will come back to the next meeting,
Yeah.
we think on
Who's
August
there,
9th,
Mr. Papa?
It's going to be
To-
Mr. Chobo and the mayor are going to be.
answer questions.
But how much more work is gonna get done?
And no, but that's why we're saying
That's
that.
why we're
That's why
having a
we're
meeting in the
saying.
next couple of days.
And
Right.
in those next couple of days,
So-
you're going to be able to ask them
May I
for
ask you
all
one
of the
question?
inspections that were done, right? Any inspections that were
We
done.
have been asking him for the
Okay.
inspection report.
Then if he's not in compliance with you asking, just for the sake of time, we can go directly to, like we said, the inspector and ask what inspections were done thus far, and you can supply us with that
I
information.
will attempt to do that, because
What would stop you from doing that?
the fact that the inspector, the third-party inspector is hired by the contractor, not hired by the township of Rush.
So you have to find out who the inspector was. Is that the-
I can find out who, I know who the company is.
I don't wanna
The company is AEL.
I just don't
And
want to come across
I can
as,
contact them, and they should give me the inspection report.
yeah, because they're getting paid a lot of money, the contractors, so really,
Yes.
I don't want to be passive with this. I want to kind of, I understand we want to be collaborative and work with him, and however, he does not have, the ball's not in his court, right? So I think we kind of inform him that we need the inspection report to be able to satisfy the residents. Otherwise, the work's going to wind up stopping, and
Yes.
he's not going to get paid.
I agree, I just don't want to promise to get something that I'm not sure that I can get. That's why I said they should give it to me, and I should be able to get it. I
Okay.
just don't want to promise to you that I'm going to get something that I'm not positive I can get.
Mr. Fowler, how could you issue a stop work order? Is there a procedure for that?
Well, I'll check the contract, but it sounds like there's some substantial breaches here, which I think give us the right to do a certain amount of oversight and possibly stopping a job.
That's what I just
Okay.
asked Mr. Fowler about. He said we have to say that we need to say to the contractor, we need to use the remedies we have available to us in the contract, which is how we have to go.
And Mr.
Push for
Powell,
one
if
of
you would
those.
like to give me a call tomorrow, we can discuss that, and we can go through the contract and some ways of doing what mayor and council wants.
So if we, just from a positive, if we get the items rectified, we go in a direction in the future, is there an additional remedy that we can put in to say when you're going to have an inspection or a progress reporting with additional inspections to make sure that the contractor is doing what he's supposed to be doing going forward? Because, if we come to some sort of a resolution, move forward, he fixes it or whatever happens, I think additional oversight is required at this point from a project management perspective in regards to making sure that someone who's representing the best interests of the town and your work, obviously, is there constructing it correctly.
We can come up for weekly meetings, we can come up multiple times a week,
Okay.
if you would like to add that to our contract. Our contract right now is to come up
Every 2 weeks.
every 2 weeks.
I think that has to be a discussion that has to happen because,
Yes.
you're working with us, for us to get this done properly with the beautiful building you designed And I think that another remedy has to be in place until a comfort level has.
Okay, but I do have a question though, and with all due respect, yes, it's in the contract that you come up every 2 weeks, but it wasn't until these issues were addressed and brought to us that you noticed that there was any kind of issue. So what exactly are you doing every 2 weeks?
No, you're mistaken there. There have been issues throughout the whole project that we handle on a daily and weekly basis.
But you weren't aware of these issues though?
We were aware of some of these issues. We received, the good thing about working on firehouses is I get photographs almost every day, not just on this firehouse, on all the other firehouses that I do. I get photographs almost every day of the progress and seeing where it's going. People have questions about, is this door in the right place? Is this the right door? I get that all the time on doing these. So I've been getting photographs every couple days from the fire company. And there have been questions, and some of those things have been actual concerns, and some of them have been things that are not a concern. And we handle that. We contact the whoever sent us the pictures and let them know, hey, no, that's okay, or thank you very much, and we reach out to the contractor and we get it rectified.
So you said to us earlier that though, when you ask for the inspection reports that you've been asking, what's the recourse if you don't receive them from
They
him?
don't get paid. They don't get
But they
paid
continue to
beyond
do
that
the
work.
job, and then they have to kind of peel it back to have the inspector inspect it. It doesn't seem,
Well, no, the sheathing can be inspected from underneath,
okay.
if need be. The trusses can be inspected from underneath. They don't necessarily have to be inspected from the top. If you have a problem on the top side of the sheathing, because they put a roof on, that is going to project down through that wood, and you're going to see it on the bottom. And like I said, I have some concerns about the fact that they put that roof on in the summer on top of wet sheeting.
Very wet sheet.
And it's going to get hot, that wood is going to boil.
Excuse
and
me,
it's
Mr.
gonna bubble
Conley?
up underneath.
Just wait, we had, Mr. Sears had a question, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
One of,
I didn't just wait, I'm sorry, just if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Him or me?
Mr. Sears, go ahead.
Mr. Conley, first of all, I want to recognize the fire director, Mr. Bilius, for bringing these issues out to the board and everybody. Director, thank you for taking care of that. Mr. Conley, I want you to pay attention to the trusses that are built on the left, at the very end bay.
On the fire,
If I go all the way up, right there.
okay.
Look at those trusses that are not patched, that are patched together. Tell me if that's legal.
Okay, that would be in front of the second bay in from the
No,
right.
no, it's gonna be the first bay,
Straight up.
go straight up. If you look at the men's room, in the old firehouse where the trusses are, you would see right there. Where the
Okay, near the
trusses are.
service counter, if I look out that window right there. Okay,
And
gotcha.
that's where the plywood is low and plywood is high because the beams are patched together and there's no straight beams.
So you're saying that this is where those trucks?
That's one of the sections,
That's one
right
of them.
there. Yes.
Okay, because,
When they nailed that ridge, Robbie, that ridge literally went like this. And that's when they started popping it to make it level, which is one thing, but you should have done that as you were framing it. You know,
Yeah.
typically a good truss guy will frame that and rip a piece next to it and face nail it. So this way it's got the proper height. They tacked.
They
the
patched them
plywood.
together.
Yeah, they packed the plywood down as far as, if it had to go down 2 inches in one area, he shot a nail into it 2 inches and destroyed the plywood. And then they popped it up to get it to the right height. And now I guess they're gonna go underneath it and put that 2 inch filler in there.
Look at those trusses in that area,
I will
please.
definitely,
Thank you.
take a closer look.
Thank you,
at that.
Council President.
Absolutely, Mr. Sears. Mr. Pistone, do you have any more questions?
I have two more, but I'd really like
Well, why
Fred.
don't- we're going to take
Fred.
turns, so we're not going
Yeah,
to do.
I'd really like him to address a couple of
Okay,
things.
go ahead.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Council, thank you for your time. My name is Fred Mahudi. I reside at 649 Washington Avenue, directly across from the construction. And I can tell you, I see this construction going on every day. I've been on parental leave for the past 3 months. I have my firstborn, and none of those sheets were replaced. I look at this building every day. On Saturday, I had to call the police department and they say that they're allowed to work. I have messages directly from the super on site because I talk with him on a regular basis, make friends with him. So this way, if there's any issues, I can just call him because there is no one else that I can call that would actually listen to what is going on. On Saturday morning at 9 a.m., I call him and I say, "Are they supposed to be working?" He says, "Oh my God, are they there again?" This is the second Saturday. The roofers were there working without a super on site. The job was stopped within 3 minutes. He called them. He sent me a message. I have it on my phone apologizing. They're not supposed to be there without permission.
Right.
It's happened 2 times already on a Saturday. Regarding the frames, the crane was there till 10 p.m. at night. I had to call the police department saying that these guys are up there at dark. You can't see anything. At 10 p.m. at night, regarding noise ordinance, at 10 p.m. at night, the crane is still there, and these guys are still lifting trusses and nailing them in. The gentleman comes across the street to talk to us and says, "Look, it's going to cost us another $5,000 to get the crane out here. Can you please let us just put this remainder of the truss up at 10 p.m. at night?"
That's unacceptable.
Is that right? So I have to call the police department multiple times. The contractor delivers equipment at 12 a.m. at 12 a.m.
Okay, if that happens, that's not allowed. That's
I called the cop. This is all in record. You can go back and look how many times I've called the police department.
Now, I've
I
never
know
heard
it's
that.
not you, yeah, but I'm just saying.
You
that-
have no idea how many times I have called the police department regarding noise complaints, regarding working outside at the time. The trucks come there at 5:30 in the morning when they were doing the excavation, and the truck would literally park in front of my house and idle. At 5:30 in the morning, I have to go outside, knock on the trucker's door, "Dude, shut off your truck." Numerous times I had to do this.
I need to know about these things
Well,
because I can't.
Well, are you not being made aware?
Okay, listen, that's, okay. So the thing is that, Mr.
Okay.
Connolly is not, please do not,
So understood.
I understand your frustration.
So this is my level of frustration with this
Right.
council as well, because I have called the town numerous times, I've called the administrator numerous times.
I
They say that,
understand.
this is within the noise ordinance that allowed to work from dusk till dawn.
I
When the super
understand.
leaves at 5 p.m., nobody is supposed to be on job site.
Isn't the superintendent supposed to stay
The
until?
superintendent.
Super leaves at 3 p.m.
Okay,
Sorry.
The superintendent is required to be on the site whenever there's work being performed.
Thank you.
to me, we're back at the same.
Thank
We
you.
are back at the
I
same
contacted the
conversation.
GM during the beginning of the construction back in November. The time of operation were given to me 7:30 to 7 a.m. till 3:30 p.m. That was the hours given to me by the GM.
Mr. Togo, Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that Mr. Pollard be at the next meeting that you have with Mr. Connolly, the site, the superintendent, the contractor. I think please invite Mr. Pollard.
Will do.
Thank you.
I believe, I'm not positive, but I believe I've been told that the work hours are Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. till sundown. I
Okay.
believe that's what the ordinance
Your
says.
super leaves at 3 p.m.
Well, if the super leaves at 3 p.m.
No job's
work
supposed to
should stop.
continue working.
So unless there's another super that comes in and replaces it.
So so Mr. Connolly's the architect, just so you
No,
know.
I understand.
I know, I'm
Again,
just-
I'm voicing my concerns regarding
I
everything
understand.
else that is going on. This is not
And-
just,
Believe me, that's why the
So-
meeting's gonna happen
so,
as soon as possible because
Understood.
it can't even continue.
right.
That's why.
So going back to the design of the building, I mean, regarding the lights that you mentioned, you show 3 firehouses that had the lights, right? What about the John? How many firehouses did you look at?
I visited all 70
Thank you.
firehouses and EMS buildings in Bergen County.
How many of them didn't have a
I have
pitch roof?
digital color photographs. I know you weren't sold on flat roofs. The majority of them are flat roofs.
I understand that, and if you go to Montvale and look at the firehouse up in Montvale, okay? The firehouse up in Montvale has a sign similar to the sign that was
But
here.
it's on 10 acres of property. It's set back about.
Right. This light is gonna shine directly through my bedroom window,
And
my
the
entrance
one, the
window.
one in my
So I'm
town,
just letting you know, if you're not at the
Is it in there?
microphone, nobody else nobody can hear anybody, so just
sorry.
like, no, not you, I'm just, I understand the conversation's going, but just keep that in mind.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue my concern. I know I'm limited on time. and
No,
I-
you're
I
fine.
really gotta get home. The height of this building is not what it's supposed to be. I would strongly advise this council to look at the height of this building immediately. because what is being designed and what the numbers are showing on a design sheet of paper versus what is actually being built are two different things. It's not that difficult to count the blocks, do some quick math, do some addition to see what the height is that's been going up right now in the building versus what the numbers are showing. You can sit there and measure with all your rulers. I understand you designed exactly what you designed. No flaw with the design. The height is correct on your sheet of paper. What's being built doesn't reflect the height.
Mr. Mayor, can one of our town engineers, either Azalino or Boswell, send their survey crew out there tomorrow and measure the heights?
We'll request it. I can't guarantee they'll get out there.
Well, in the next
tomorrow.
few days, if
I
we
think
have
it
a.
should be part of that meeting.
No, but I want it done independently by somebody. I want a licensed surveyor to go out there and give us what Mr. Connolly is saying is supposed to be 35 foot 9 inches from the middle of the building to the top of the ridge by a licensed surveyor to give us that elevation. This way we put it to bed. Because if it's not 35 foot 9 inches, something went wrong. If it's 35 foot 9 inches, this all goes away. I mean, you look at it, it's very hard to believe it is 35 foot 9 inches, but everything's an optical illusion sometimes.
Yes, I will, I'm sorry. Whenever we have this meeting, do you think it would be possible for the bucket truck to be available, or is that's back in service, right? Available for me to go up there, because I want to get a close look at the roof, and I want to go out and, not that I don't trust a surveyor, but I want to drop a tape myself too.
Yeah, but I want it done by a licensed surveyor. We have 2 town engineers that are more than qualified. They survey every day. For them to charge us a couple hours to go there and shoot the elevation,
Yeah,
it's a no-brainer.
Sorry.
I also think that the township engineer Boswell should be
I agree.
at this meeting whenever we
Absolutely.
set this meeting up.
You have, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Bob and I spoke about that just now.
Oh, okay,
They'll be there also.
Mr. Mahmood, please continue.
I'm sorry, this light is red, by the way.
No, it's okay. I think that's
Yeah,
right.
it's fine.
Some of the
Okay.
microphones are different, so we were just having problems
Understood.
with one.
Okay.
So.
I would like to reflect back to meeting minutes on July 15th of 2019, and there's concern actually regarding the height of the building within those minutes, requesting to, take a look at the height. We're adding 12 feet from where we are already today to where we're going to be. These questions about using a different roof system. There was a talk about using a flat roof system at that point, and I believe the comment was, but a flat roof would probably cost more money in the design for the structure. So there were already concerns back in 2019, July 15th, regarding the height of this building and regarding the design of the roof. There was a request, there was comments made, not necessarily a request, but there was comment made to look into a flat roof. And believe me, if we would actually looked at the flat roof design, we wouldn't be here regarding this roof to begin with. I believe we can all just come to that kind of conclusion at the end of this meeting, or maybe not perhaps, but there were concerns. Going back dated July 15, 2019, these are in the public meeting minutes that I was able to just, pull out and access. Just
Was that a resident or was that a councilman or?
This was a council meeting.
No, I want, if you knew who made the comment, I just wanted to.
Mr. Connolly stated this is the front elevation of the building. The people that exist.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I gotta go
It's fine.
back.
I can take a look also.
Councilman Ullman asked, is there a more efficient design taking the peak roof from a height perspective? If it is 32 feet, we're adding 12 feet from roof, so it was Councilman Ullman.
Councilman who?
Councilman Ullman, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name correctly.
That's correct.
Sorry. So there were concerns. Were they addressed? Were these comments taken into consideration regarding the height of this building, regarding the design of the roof, regarding how high this was going to be? So comments there. I don't know whether or not they were taken into consideration at all. So it's just good to know them. Regarding the lights, you mentioned 3 firehouses with those lights in front of them. What is built in front of those fire departments? What's in front of them? I mean, it's a beautiful picture of the department, but what's on the other side of it?
South Orange is across from the train station.
Okay, not a public resident, okay.
The Woodbury Heights one is across from a convenience store, but it's right in the middle of a
Not a public resident
residential
again.
area.
Yeah, but it's in front of the convenience store, okay. No, and the third one?
And the third one is in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
That's the best way.
So when you look outside of my bedroom window,
Yes.
you see exactly like a 90-degree angle where that light is going to be. A lot of these lights that you're talking about, even if it's a little bit of an illumination, right? It's going to be directly in my bedroom window. And I don't know if any of thoughts were given to the residents when this building was being designed and architected.
Mr.
Yes,
Moody, if that's what happens, you can absolutely call me, myself, and I will absolutely go and tell them that they
Well,
have to adjust it and it's not gonna work.
I'm telling you right now, it is going to.
No, I know, but the thing is
So-
like, since you're voicing your concern, if it's still the case after everything is finished, and
Before
you're
we
still
s-
having issues,
Well, before we spend all of this money.
no, I'm saying it
I'd
should be addressed
rather
now, but
be
I'm saying,
addressed now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So that's another concern that I have regarding those lights.
Mr. Connolly, can we look at these pole lights? Can we look at either doing dusk to dawn lights from PSE&G or what the,
Well, the spotlights are on
Which
switches
lo-
operated by
We're talking about
the
the sign.
fire.
Are we?
no, he's talking about the task lights that they're going to put on when they have to
Right.
bring the trucks in.
They're on switches though, they're not.
Yeah, but if it's 2:00 in the morning and we light up the two houses like it's daytime,
I have.
which is a
I don't
possibility.
disagree.
What's that?
I don't disagree. I think, we have to.
But if we could put them on so they're going toward the firehouse, like put them on a pole so they're facing the fire doors, because it ain't gonna get over the roof that way because the thing is so tall. But
But if you use the PSE&G lights that you're talking about, they'll be on all the time.
yeah, no, but I'm saying even
There's
if we
no
just
way
do
to-
two poles in the grass somewhere that are facing the building, so they're facing away from the residences, not at the residences.
So it still shines on where it needs to.
So it gives the fire department the task lighting they need, but it's going the opposite
But
way.
it's not, because I don't understand how you could put a pole in the middle of the engine bays.
You're not putting it in the middle of the engine bays. You're gonna have a grass. You're gonna have some areas where you could
Yeah,
put
but
two
these,
poles up.
now, these spotlights, the spotlights are, there's one up here, there's one up here, they're between the trucks. So they shine down on the trucks,
So they're
so they can do the work that they need to do, okay?
they're bright.
I have them, I've seen them on every firehouse, and I've never seen them shining into the street.
Does the current
So
firehouse
if
has
it
it?
becomes a problem, I agree.
They
with
have,
Council
they
President.
do have spotlights.
If it becomes a problem later, then you can just shut them off. There are a couple of spotlights.
All
or
right, so then I
floodlights.
guess we'll address this issue when it comes on, and then I have to come over here and speak, and hopefully
No,
something's gonna be done about it.
my cell phone number is on the website. Call me anytime. If it's 2:00 in the morning, call me at 2:00 in the morning. Tell me the light's shining in my window. I'll be right over. Call the police.
I
give you
will,
my word.
I will do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is in a minute, right?
I answer my phone whenever it rings, unless it's in the bottom. Well,
So-
I have 2 more years, so I'm not going anywhere yet.
So my concern is also regarding the signs as well, not just the lights. But I 100% agree with the comment the councilman made regarding the logos as well. Those logos are directly shining in my bedroom as well.
The lights.
The lights and the
lights for the
logos.
sign.
Yes.
Okay, for the sign are behind the sign, shining on the wall.
Yeah, not shining.
They're not shining.
Yeah, they're shining backlights.
They're shining back.
And it's backlit.
All right,
and the
so
wall
here's,
is lit.
so then what's gonna happen is, right, you're gonna put these lights up and it's gonna have this big gorgeous sign, right? And then I'm gonna have to come up here and speak again and raise my concern over and over and over, and hopefully the council's gonna hear it. And they're gonna realize that, look, there is a light in there that's just gonna shine in my bedroom window. I'm concerned, I'm a concerned citizen. I moved to this town 2 years ago to raise a family. I had my firstborn 8 months ago. I have my secondborn. My wife is already pregnant 4.5 months. We announced it today. I'm concerned. I'm concerned to a point where this firehouse has considerably hurt my real estate value. I'm concerned. I wanted to leave this property for my family behind. This way they can grow in this township. I did my research to make sure that this township has a good school system. This township was safe for me to have a family in. And this is what I'm facing right now.
Here.
And it is a huge concern of mine because, everybody's house is their investment, right? My investment has gone to next to nothing because of this, as some folks here call it, the monstrosity. And regarding the construction, I'm concerned because township citizens have voiced their, have spoken to me regarding a letter or something notifying them that this building was being built. I believe there's a survey that says every resident within 200 feet of this construction site was supposed to get a certified letter saying that, this is happening, come raise your voice, come talk, come speak. Some received it, some folks actually got a knock on the door, door by door, and folks were spoken directly to them regarding the building and the structure.
The only letter that I know of that was required to be put out by the contractor was the letter that was sent out to all the residents in the area before they started to do the retaining wall. Typically on a project.
That's not the letter I'm talking about.
There's not a notification on a project like this, at least not that I know of, that the town is required to notify you that they're building a building in an area.
Mr. Conley, in your July 15th presentation, the council was told that a 200-foot list had been prepared and notifications were sent to the 200-foot list. In further investigating that is not what occurred, it appears. So what I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Fred Mahudi.
Mr. Mahudi is saying, when you came on the 15th and presented to the council that night.
In 2019.
In 2019, we were told the 200-foot letter was prepared and sent out to all the residents.
Did I tell you that?
No.
Okay.
The administration told us that.
Okay.
And it appears now that not everybody within 200 feet of the project received notification. Mr. Mahudi being one of those. So,
okay.
Is this the
Can
letter?
we Mr. Chava, could you verify the information from that meeting and report back to us on the next meeting?
What was the meeting date again?
July 15th, I believe.
Mr. Mahudi, is that the correct date? It might be July 19th or 15th.
No,
15th, 19th.
No, the one you were referencing it before Mr. Ullman's comments, so.
Oh, I have no, it's July 15th.
July 15th.
The letter
that is
was,
correct.
the letter that on July 15th, 2019.
We'll look into that and I will personally let you know what.
Okay, no, I
happened.
appreciate that, because the same question was asked during the last council, and we got the same answer. So this is, again, we received the same answer, so please,
I will absolutely
it
let you
is
know.
concerning, because honestly, I feel discriminated at this point. Because
Don't
some
want to-
townships have received this letter, some townships have received actually a knock on their doors, and I didn't. Why?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you, but I will get you an answer.
I would
Myself and Councilman Ward were not on the council at the time, but I will do my best to get you an answer to find out what happened, when that was said, and then what happened to the notices, the
I
letters.
appreciate it. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
But I don't, please take some notice that we are absolutely listening to you, requiring a meeting as soon as possible. Mr. Conley's got several instructions. I know he's got concerns himself, and we will all be waiting to get the reports and find out what's going on. And as we know, we have a contract, we have remedies in place to make sure that things get rectified.
No,
Which I know right this second isn't a level of comfort. I mean, it's, but I can tell you that we're not watching. We are absolutely, we see what's going on, and
Right.
they're going to be held accountable.
I do appreciate it. I really hope that I can get some answers. I mean, look, Councilman, you guys have mentioned that, for residents to come and voice their concerns, voice their thoughts, and talk to you. You represent us. So please do diligence on your end so you can see exactly what is going on over here. During the time that I've been home through COVID, this construction happened. My quality of life had been significantly diminished with the way this project manager is handling construction at the site. I'm not lying to you when I tell you that I had to go at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, knock on the trucker's door and tell him to shut off your truck, stop idling in front of my house. The truck parks right on Washington Ave, idles. And I get it why it needs to idle, because it's a diesel engine. I used to be a trucker.
I can tell you that multiple times the contractor has been advised not to have people be there early, that they are not to be there before 7 a.m.
Right.
But
And,
nobody's watching this.
Nobody's watching.
but nobody, right.
Nobody's watching.
Nobody's watching
So
at
who needs
5:30
to be
in the
held
morning.
accountable at this point so that this doesn't continue on? Because it's been going on since November. We're almost coming up a year on this.
Mr. Mahudi, listen, there's another resident who had a previous noise issue, okay? And I said, listen, the next time it happens, if you're not getting, like I just told you, please call me. The next time it happens, it's 5:30 in the morning, and you're not getting any response or anywhere, call me. I'll be more than happy to make 50 phone calls and get it rectified because that's what I'm here for. Be more than happy to come down and knock on the driver's door and say, get out or shut it off because you don't belong here. You're disrupting your life, all your neighbors around you. You have a baby. That's not easy to get woken up in the middle of the night. I'm sure you're up already. So like that's what should happen. And as I'm sitting here, I'm telling you, my cell phone number is there. Please call me anytime. It doesn't matter. Call me anytime. Text me. You don't want to call me? Text me.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time. My apologies if I got a little rowdy. I do get a bit passionate, especially when I go out my family. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And I actually live like around the corner from you in Northgate, so I'm not that far from you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Evening, Fred Getz, 587 Washington Avenue. Madam Council President, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, thank you. First, I do want to say that I am in full support of expanding the emergency services building, and I fully support our emergency services personnel and our fire department because they're there for us all the time and they deserve the best. What I am disappointed in is how this project was handled from the beginning. Now, the other thing that I'm disappointed in is it's not Mr. Conley's fault. It's not the contractor's fault. It was said before the person ultimately responsible for safety and security of the project is the contractor. That's not true. It's the mayor and the administrator that control this project from the beginning to the end. They are in charge of the building inspector. They are in charge of the code enforcement officer. They are in charge of hiring an architect, I'm sure, who's wonderful at building fire departments on 10-acre pieces of property, not a 100-foot wide piece of property, and designing it appropriately. This was not designed appropriately. I'm sure you're a qualified, wonderful, certified architect. However, this never went to the zoning board for any comment. I was on the zoning board for 6 years. Nobody ever approached us about what is the usual standard. The usual standard is regular and certified mails out to all the residents within 200 feet so they can have their voices heard. The contractor, the architect, the administration contacts the zoning board, the planning board, and consults with them so that they know what the codes are, what normally fits the standards of our community. This does not fit in a residential zone. It is, again, referred to as a monstrosity, and it is. It's a flat wall right on the road. It doesn't fit that piece of property. Again, it's a beautiful structure on a 10-acre piece of property, not on a 100-foot wide piece of property. This was mishandled from the beginning. Should have consulted with the neighbors, should have reached out to the zoning and planning boards, consulted with them. Why is there no person on site every single day? This is a $6 million project. Our entire town budget is $9 million annually. And we don't have meetings with our police chief to say, hey, you guys check out, make sure that they're not parking on this gentleman's lawn every morning at 5:30. We don't have meetings with our code enforcement officials say, hey, if you're driving by, make sure there's nobody about to get killed on the roof in a lightning storm. We don't have our inspector out there every single day. No, we don't rely on contractors. We rely on our employees. That's what their job is. The administration's job is to make sure that this doesn't happen. We're not supposed to be here having a meeting now and a special meeting later trying to remedy all these situations. There should have been more oversight. There should have been more communication with the residents. There should have been more communication with the council. Again, if the council was told that 200-foot letters went out, that was obviously a concern of the council because council's concerned for the residents. Why are we hearing from the fire department on construction code violations. Thank God for the fire director reporting it and Mr. Sears and Mr. DeSena keeping an eye out on these things and listening to the residents. Thank you for having this meeting so that the residents can be heard. But I'm very disappointed. We should not be here. This is mishandled completely from the beginning. It is not the responsibility of the contractor. Everyone's deflecting and saying, oh, well, we'll get the contractor in and we'll hold them accountable and we'll yell at him and we'll make it look like we should, get these things corrected. They shouldn't have to be corrected. Someone should be out there every single day. It's a $6 million job. It's 2/3 of our annual budget. You can talk to your directors. You can talk to your police chief. You can talk to all of the administrative personnel and have them keeping an eye out. That's what your job is. That's what you're elected to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And I would appreciate if going forward, that gets done. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the contract with the contractor is what puts him in charge of safety and security. That's the contract.
We always count on contractors to do the right thing, right? With no oversight.
Mary Ann Osmond, 960 Adams Place. The only thing I'm going to say at this point is, way back when, Mr. Conley, when you were here and you were telling everybody about this project, I came up and I said, is there any way that this town could hire a clerk of the works? That person watches this job, is employed by the town and sees what happens on a constant basis. You made that statement 2019 that you'd come in every 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And I thought to myself, are you kidding me? I've seen this building be built. And as Mr. Pollard knows, many problems happened with this building. And we really had problems. So I asked that a clerk of the works, and everybody ignored me like I didn't exist. Well, let me tell you, a clerk of the works, you people wouldn't be right here with these people right now. Because he could have come back to the town. He could have said to everybody, what's happening? This is wrong, that is wrong, but that didn't work. One other thing, we're talking about a runoff problem these people are having. Well, maybe the site engineer should also come to a meeting next time, not just the contractor, but the site engineer might need to come so they can ask their questions of the runoff.
I did ask that.
Oh, did you ask that? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I
didn't hear you say site engineer.
Don't, it's fine.
Okay, but the site engineer should be someone else that's called in. Because again, these people are having problems with runoff. And I have one question. I pass there every so often and I look at the bay for the ambulance. My husband's on the ambulance corps. My daughter's on the ambulance corps. So I have more concern with the ambulance section. How many feet from the actual garage door to the street is there? It looks to me like it's not a lot. And the ambulance has to back itself in. It doesn't pull in. It backs itself in every single time. Does that mean we're going to stop traffic? And they come out a lot more than the fire department comes out, to be honest with you. I mean, this is, I'm not trying to say anything, but.
Is there going to be a light there is there a plan to put a light there?
There's going to be a button that they can push inside the building that will turn the light at Washington and Pascack red on all four sides.
So it'll stop the traffic.
Right.
So,
yeah, right.
But that's the plan.
But there were supposed to be fire trucks and ambulances exiting with remote control from both the trucks. That's what was in the original committee's, when I was on the committee before I was removed. There was supposed to be a fire ambulance exiting sign with 2 double yellow lights on both sides of Washington Avenue before and after the firehouse and ambulance corps that they would hit with the remote control as they left the garage gate.
I'm not positive, but I believe that was requested to the county, and the county is the one that came back, and I'm not positive because this was your engineer, but I believe the county came back and said, we will do this for you. Instead, we won't do the flashing lights.
Mr. Chobo,
I
can we
believe.
get confirmation on that? I'm sure we submitted it and then what their response was.
I believe that is correct, but I
It's
will
a county
verify that.
road, we have no,
We have jurisdiction over our house. I've installed them all over Bergen County.
I wasn't
Solar-
talking about the fire, I was talking about the road.
Well, the solar flashing lights have been installed all over the county that say trucks exiting when flashing, please stop here.
Understood.
Hillsdale has another county road, everybody has it, so
I
it's a matter of
prefer
install.
them rather than the red light. Because
Correct.
the red light does nothing but block up all the
Yeah.
traffic.
But there was supposed to be one on each side of Washington, one on the eastbound side, one on the westbound side that says, emergency vehicles exiting with flashing, please stop here. And that's what was in the original concept.
Yeah, I don't
I don't know
disagree
what
with you.
happened to that, Mr. Conlon.
I believe that was what was requested, but you'll have to check with your engineer. I'm pretty sure that was what happened.
Boswell.
So, Mr. Connolly, can you tell me,
Boswell, sorry. Yeah,
Boswell, yes,
okay.
Boswell.
can you tell me how many feet are from the actual resident, tell me?
I believe, and I don't have that, again, this is site stuff, okay? But I believe it's 28 feet to the sidewalk, but I'm not 100% sure.
There is no sidewalk.
Well, where the sidewalk would be.
You're gonna put a sidewalk in?
No, but where the sidewalk would be.
Wait a minute, so we're not doing the curbing and all that?
The curbing is going in and the apron, but I don't believe there's a sidewalk per se.
The original
Is it just
plan
gonna
showed
be
a sidewalk running the entire length.
Then it would be to the sidewalk. Then,
Yeah.
yes.
Is that the front of the sidewalk or the back of the sidewalk?
I believe that's the front of the sidewalk.
So 28 foot, so it's a 4 foot wide side, so
Right.
it's 24 feet from the back of the sidewalk to the building facade.
You know what, I thought it was
No,
about
I-
20
I
feet.
believe it's the other way around, but I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
So do you know right now if all that curbing's been removed, or is that part of the design? 'Cause it showed it on one of the one of the.
No,
one of
that's
the
still,
bid
that's,
sets.
all that curbing is still in it. The curbing,
'Cause it's supposed
what
to be
I was
curbing,
saying
a
is,
grass strip,
when I said there
apron,
is no
sidewalks.
sidewalk, what I was saying there is no sidewalk, it's because that would be the apron area.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have a sidewalk per
Well, the
se where
sidewalk
the
would be
apron
through the
is.
apron, yeah.
Yes, and that's when I said there is no sidewalk there. But there is a sidewalk across the rest of the building, and there is a curb across the whole front of the building.
Correct.
Well, where there's not curb cuts.
So it's about 22 feet, some of the residents are saying.
I thought it was 28 feet.
According to the picture on the website.
Okay.
22
I
feet.
don't have, I don't have.
Sidewalk to the garage.
Well, I don't know what the new ambulance is, I'm sorry, but
An ambulance, a type 3 ambulance is approximately 18 to 19 feet long. A box, yes, and they're not much longer than a.
oh, this one is.
I was an EMT for 25 years.
They actually had to build the building bigger for
Usually it's.
the one before it. They had to build
And
it
they went-
longer. No, they had to build it longer.
A van ambulance is typically 16 to 17 feet long. A type 1 ambulance, and I always get type 1, 2, and 3 confused. The one that's a pickup truck with a box on the back is typically about 20 feet. The one that's a van with a box on the back is typically about 18, 19 feet.
It's bigger than that, but, okay, I just wanted to, thank you, but there still should have been a clerk of the works.
Well, we can absolutely, I think, maybe do an emergency, resolution possibly to bring somebody in and to look at all options. All options are on the table.
And I know this is gonna cost more money to the town,
Well,
but I'm sure that the kindly coming also on a weekly basis
It's
is gonna
gonna
cost more money to the town also.
But-
So I think it's half a dozen, 1/6 of another.
but I think even if the clerk of the works gets hired, I think we'd still want Mr. Connolly to have a closer look every week, in my opinion.
That's true.
Anybody else?
I'll go next.
Okay, go ahead. Then the gentleman in the tan shirt and then the gentleman in the blue jacket.
You want to go first? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
David Millman, 638 Valley Court. My concern is not about the building, it's about the logistics. I started working at home when the pandemic started, and now I'm aware of the traffic that shows up on Washington Avenue,
Yes.
especially between 3 and 5 p.m. And it goes from the traffic light at Pascack, and it goes past Cleveland. I mean, it's a serious amount of traffic. When there's a medical emergency, I have friends who are in the EMS, they put the blue light on the dashboard, they have to get to the building so they could start to do their EMS thing. And I don't know how they're going to do it. And then if these things pull out and they have to go west, there's no room for the cars to pull over
No, there's not.
for the ambulance and the fire trucks to get by. So that's my concern. I just
You're
want to voice it.
100% right. There is no give there at all. There's no give, absolutely. Please. Oh, okay. Okay. Whoever wants to go.
Good evening, everybody. Brian Beekman, 638 Washington Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Beacon.
The thing that I'm most alarmed about is just to me, there's been like a lack of transparency and planning on this. I mean, and that doesn't do anybody any justice. I mean, I think you, in this day of 3D designs, you could have actually had a bigger open discussion in here as to what this thing is going to look like, what it's going to look like over the houses. If you go and you talk to anybody, the first words that come out of their mouth is, that's huge. And it just doesn't fit here. And I think that if you really consulted all the residents and you had everything down and out in paper and in a 3D design with houses around it, nobody would agree with that. And I think the fire department does a good job. I mean, I see them respond very quickly. You know, I'm very impressed with that. And it's nice to give them everything they need. And, you know, that's fine. I don't think there's anybody here that would disagree with that. But no, there's no discussion on it. I mean, I don't even know if they would, what are they, you know, what's in the building? Why's it got to be that big? You know, could it have been back, you know, for, there's just, it seems like there's this total lack of planning on this thing. Not to mention the ambulances, the stuff that you're hearing. So, you know, this whole procedure is just kind of alarming me. The first time I knew this was going on was when, you know, they showed up and started cutting trees down.
So you were notified either?
We were never notified. Nobody was notified. Everybody that supposedly was supposed to get a registered letter, I've not seen one person that got one.
You live exactly next door.
I live right next door. So it's a big concern. I mean, we'd have come a few years back. There was.
Did you get a letter from the company that was doing the retaining wall?
We did get that letter.
Okay,
That is correct.
okay. I just want to make sure, because that letter I'm in charge of, and I wanted to make sure.
And that was when the action.
Okay.
You know, right,
Okay.
it started. So that's my concern. And I think I mean, the horse is out of the barn now, but this is a huge project. I think on any projects in the future, you should have a lot more community input. It almost feels like it was just kind of kept under the radar. Like I remember the last time they had all these building plans to do the CVS, we had the whole town show up. And it altered the course of that. And it almost makes me feel like this was kept under the radar just to get it through. I mean, if I go on the website and I look at the detailed drawings, I don't even see the retaining wall. It says, look at this other section, and there's no section there. So it's very limited what's on the website. So we can't even see that. So that's my concern. I think this is not done very well for a project of this size. I think it should have much more community input. You know, again, I don't think anybody's complaining. I understand that you have to build a fire department there. The way it's been done, sure, you know, but we should have plans. We should have discussion. We live right next door to the ambulances coming in and out. I mean, we should have some sort of say in it.
You said move it back a little further. I can tell you that building couldn't be moved back any further than it is. We moved it back as far as we possibly
Well,
could.
that might be, but then you show it on plans, you show different options, you show, you know, it just doesn't, like, this is the way it is, and it starts
We went
happening.
through that. Back in 2019, we went through multiple designs and multiple plans.
Well,
I mean-
I've never heard anything of
Yeah,
that. I mean, maybe I don't go on the
Councilman
website.
Senate, you were council president at the time.
Yes.
We came in with multiple designs, back in 2019, correct?
Well, I think
And
I think there should be,
That was the last of my involvement.
Yeah,
I think there should be
That
better,
was done.
I think there should be better
My last
mechanism
meeting
for
was
communicating.
December of 2019.
Thank you.
People should have gone out to the residents that are immediately involved in this and said, this is what's going on, come to the meeting. It should have been, letters should have been sent out to invite us in there. I mean, even if I look at that little letter that he says, if you send that out, it doesn't really say,
Because they keep telling.
talk about the extent
I'm
and
not
scope
sure.
of those plans.
I'm not sure.
We never
what that
got
letter
it,
is.
but if you even got that in the mail and you read that letter, it just basically makes it sound like you're operating the fire.
I can tell you, and I've done a lot of buildings, public buildings in the state of New Jersey. And because the state of New Jersey does not require towns to present to their planning board and zoning board, that most towns do not do that.
Well, then
They
maybe this
skip
town
that.
should change that.
They
Maybe this
skip
town should
that.
change it. It's not right.
And you know, the time that you have to question this is when it's in front of mayor and council, when we're doing our
Well, then there
presentations.
should be,
It was 2 years ago.
we should be notified that. I don't think anybody up there would want this built by them.
Right, so.
You know what I mean? I don't think anybody. Years ago, there was a cell tower that was supposed to go in, and there was big action about it, and they didn't get it on their block. And, I mean, the same people are involved in that. I could never say, I can see them wanting to have this happen by their house. And again, I'm not saying don't give the town what they need. We saw a fire department who was there. We understood, we deal with it. We live on a busy street. But I think there's a lack of consideration for the people that are living there and how they're going to deal with this. And there should have been an open discussion. And if there was an open discussion and we came and, there was put forth like, well, this is really the only alternative, this is what it's got to be, there'd be more acceptance of that. So, right, and thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking up. Yes.
Tony Plantamura, 808 Robinwood Road. First of all, I'm glad to see back in session. Why we weren't in session earlier, I have no idea. Emerson's had open meetings for the last year, over a year. But here we are. I had no idea this project was as bad as it was, but I do know that I drive by every day. The thing that concerns me, it's the same old, same old. The residents who live across the street were not being considered at all. I owned a business in Emerson. I did a $300,000 improvement on my business. I was the project manager and my husband at the time. We were out there every day overseeing that project because I was having stuff stolen out of my business. I was having things off. I had to correct everything in him because nobody really cares because it's not your money unless it is your money. It's your fault that you didn't have better oversight for the residents that are being subjected to this behemoth. I thought all along, I love the fire department. Their services are unbelievable what they do for a community, along with the police. But come on, you should have had a meeting with the fire department, the police department, the code enforcement official. They're all getting salaries. Why weren't they on these projects every day overseeing this calamity is beyond me. But I do know that I found mistakes and I'm nobody. I'm just a layperson who was a business owner when if it was your $300,000 or $6 million, you best be assured that you'd be on that site overlooking and you just figured, what? It's just town money. We'll just spend this money. I am always, I came here really calm and I'm like getting more and more aggravated from the calamity that's going on, spending $6 million. I heard it went up to $7 million already. But you need to do something about overseeing this project and stop this thing and make sure that it doesn't go forward. And this man that I know, because I'm down in Asbury Park, he will have a light in his house. He will. And there will be water problems, and there will be a lot of problems as far as his property value goes. And you had no concern about that before you started this? I wish we shared services with Woodcliff Lake, Hillsdale. They could have built or added on to them and we could have saved $6 million. And everybody maybe would have been happy. But you should have considered the property values of the people that are being subjected to this. And is this legal? If you actually had a project this size and you didn't put all the letters out that are mandatory by law within 200 feet that they be notified of this retaining wall, going forward, I don't even know if this is a legal project, that wasn't followed. Because you have to do that.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe you should have been more on hands with this. Everybody up there was certain people in this town get paid. Where are they? Where are they? You're just going to piss $6-7 million away. Now we have to start over again. You better not pay them because I don't want to pay my taxes for this stuff. I want to give stuff to the fire department. They were great. My son-in-law is on the fire department. They're the heroes. Okay, they really are. But they should have been involved with this too. And at 5:30 in the morning, you got a truck pulling up. It happens to me in Asbury Park. I go out there and I call the cops and go, get your butts over here and get rid of this freaking truck. There's noise ordinances. Where are the cops in town? Why can't they go over there and sit there? I've seen them sitting in that fire department lot often. Why haven't you talked to them? Tell them to get the trucks out of there. Why are they inconveniencing the residents? I know because I've been involved. Somebody should have been on this site. I found stuff stolen out of my store, like I said. All these things were being done. It was a calamity. I said, nah, I ain't paying you for that. I'm not paying you for that. Nope, start over again. Rip the stuff out of the walls. I'm not accepting that. Where were you guys? Where was the code enforcement official? Where's the borough administrator? Where's the mayor? Seriously. Poor people, oh, we'll just start over again. It's like a calamity. It's always Washington Township that has these problems because something's wrong up at the top. I don't know what to say. I feel sorry for you guys. I know what you know.
I'm sorry, she was.
The retaining
No,
wall,
please.
Just to make one thing clear, what's out there isn't to the point where it has to be started over. Maybe the roof might have to be redone, okay? But it's not like we have to start over on this.
It's a superimposing building to the residents. You would never be able to build that unless anywhere else in town. And it's on a main road
Excuse-
where there's so much traffic.
I'm sorry, please don't call out from your seats. Number one, nobody can hear you from, the microphone is not there. Actually, no one else can, because you're not on the microphone, anybody on TV or nobody can hear you. Just so you know. Well, I'm just going by what the gentleman in the TV station says. He tells me when he can't hear anybody. Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
I'm Lynn Pistono at 631 Washington Avenue. And first and foremost, I am going to say that I am 100% in favor of a new emergency services building. It's well deserved. But what I am not in favor of is the manner in which this is being handled. We, as taxpayers and voters, should have the right to be advised in advance of any zoning or variance code detours. Homeowners must be sent certified letters to neighbors within 200 feet to let them know of any deviations from those codes. Plus, they need to get approval from the town. But our mayor and council chose not to be good neighbors and purposely did not send out certified letters. Instead, an invite to a May 2019 meeting showing the plans went out by regular mail, of which only one family received that letter. Please answer this question, as I have asked before, and received no response. Why did you elect not to advise us by certified mail? Was it because you were trying to get as much of the building done and go without any delays in construction? Were you trying to hide something or change the plans? Why all the secrecy? By choosing the path you took, it makes me very suspicious that something wrong is going on. I spoke in previous meetings, and you have devalued not only our property values, but those of our neighbors in the area. If our homes can't sell for assessed value, neither will our neighbors or their neighbors. Is this part of your master plan? Are you planning on reevaluating the neighborhood and dropping our tax liability because you devalued our property? You claim you want to do what the voters ask and what is best for the town. But what happened here? I don't think you could stick a feather in your cap on this disaster. You made very bad decisions by not allowing taxpayers a say in how our money is being spent. After speaking with many neighbors, the conclusion is that no one can understand why we need a building of this scope. A new 2-story building that blended into the neighborhood would have been sufficient, but instead we're stuck with this monstrosity. And to add insult to injury, a cupola will be placed atop, along with the 5-foot LED lit signs. Is all this really necessary? Are you afraid no one's going to be able to find the building? Is there enough room for these trucks and ambulances to back in without going on our properties? Who will pay for damage when that occurs? I've called the mayor's office on 5/21 or 22, in which he claimed he didn't get my voicemail. I've also asked at past Zoom meetings many questions with no responses. Is this how you handle our concerns? Or do we accept what Councilman Sears told a neighbor, live with it? Or what Councilwoman Morgan told a citizen, if you don't like it, move? In my opinion, this is not how you speak to unhappy voters. We are not beneath you, we elected you. Let this situation serve as a warning to our neighbors who live near municipal-owned property, especially those near the town pool, of which I'm glad the town will move ahead to purchase. This mayor and council will hide behind the notion that it's municipal property, so the laws don't pertain to them, and they are free to do whatever they want. You may wake up one day to find out you have a new DPW storage garage, or worse yet, your front lawn is 10 foot less and you have a new telephone pole in your front window. And you know what you won't be able to do? You won't be able to do anything about it because they hide behind that law that they're exempt. The drawings are very pretty, but that doesn't depict our neighborhood. Perhaps this building would have looked better on a much larger piece of property, not in our neighborhood. And from our house, we get to view the building from all of our front windows, all of our side windows, and pretty much all of our backyard. And like many people said before, why don't you move your homes in front of this wonderful building and see what it's like to live with it? Thank you.
I just want to see if anybody wants to answer her question.
Actually, I would like to say something. I appreciate your passion. I really do, and I hear you.
Yeah.
I was not on council in 2019 when this was decided.
But you're
I
on
want to know that.
council now.
Understand, I can't unbuild the building, but I can hear your concerns.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't mean to, let me speak, please. I'm sure you did not mean to pull my words out of context. I never said if you don't like something, move. If anything, I go above and beyond to try to be as loud as I can, the voice for people who have concerns.
Right.
So please, I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
It was at the 6.
Read the entire thing then, not just the
I was
pieces
on
that
the Zoom
apply.
meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, but you still said those words.
I don't
Or
believe
not
I
nice
said
words to say
it. I
to
don't
somebody.
believe I said that, first
I
off.
heard it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your passion. I understand you're trying to get your point across.
No, you
Just
don't.
do it honestly.
No, you don't.
I don't.
I'm sorry, you don't.
I'm not sure
I
I
know
understand.
you have made comments that you think it's a beautiful building.
I do think it's a beautiful building. I don't think anyone
Why
can
don't you
deny.
go in front of it?
I don't think anyone can deny that that is not a beautiful building.
Oh,
I don't think for a
I have
second.
7 people that spoke here tonight.
None of them have said it's not a beautiful building.
Piece of property.
It's a beautiful building.
Right,
You're not-
and that's another thing I'm saying. Please don't take what we're trying to say out of context. It's a beautiful building. It does not come without its problems, and I'm hearing you. I do understand what you're saying. No one's going to argue it's not a beautiful building. You all said it before. So to say that I said that and to take it out of context is not fair.
It was.
Just gonna say that. You're better than that, as am
It was either
I.
from 6:21 or 6:28 minutes.
I 100% agree it's a beautiful building. No one can contest that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it's the perfect building, and I would not wish that this impacted you the way that it did. That is not, I mean, I did not.
Mr. Mayor has nothing to say about that.
No, that's not true because I didn't.
Let me get back to the fact that it is
I'm
a
waiting for
beautiful
everyone to speak, and then I will address
building.
that.
But please don't take words out of context.
Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
mix it. Thank
Wait,
you.
hold on. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Mr. Conti, if you would just give me 1 minute, please, if you don't mind. Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chova, do you have any comments at this time?
Personally, I'd rather wait for everyone to speak, because that way I cover everyone's
That's fine.
issues.
We've had some back and forth. I'm just giving you the courtesy, that's all.
Yeah, I'm
Mr. Conti.
I'm taking notes.
I was trying, there was a lot there. I was trying to get it.
Hi, Anthony Conti, 490 Ridgewood Boulevard North, Washington Township, of course. As far as the comment being made about if you don't like it, you can always move out of town, it was said to me. And you said it to me.
Right.
Okay.
In the right context, yes.
But that's what you said. So if I don't like it, I can always move out of town.
Never meant it as punitive or nasty, but if
Right.
you want to take
But
it.
that's how you said it. As far as the letters not going out to residents, I know the town doesn't have to do it, Mr. Powell. I know they don't have to do it. They don't have to follow the height restrictions. They don't have to follow any rules and regulations that you put in place for all of us citizens. But it doesn't mean you should. You should have done it. You should have contacted them. The mayor should have somebody checking that job site. I've been in construction all my life. I know what you're doing at that building is wrong. The questions I have, number one, is it prevailing wage union job? It's not.
It's prevailing wage.
It's prevailing wage.
It's a prevailing wage.
Okay,
project.
so is, as a town, are we allowed to request their paperwork as far as, are they actually paying? Because if there's guys on that roof with plastic bags over their heads while they're working, and they're not strapped, and they're not harnessed, and there's not a rope, and there's not somebody protecting them, even if it's prevailing wage, it's illegal by OSHA standards.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's why I wish somebody would have told me
Well, how
that was happening.
Wait,
I'm not.
Mr. Conti, please let him answer your question.
No, he's fine. But this is what he's getting at. I
Go ahead,
understand.
Mr. Conley, please answer his question.
What he's getting at, I understand.
But please let him respond because you did
I
ask
will
him.
let him respond. Let me finish. So
I'm
it
sorry.
is prevailing, if it's prevailing wage and it's OSHA, and they're breaking the rules and he's going to call somebody in, this is why the mayor should have put someone in place other than an architect coming in twice or once every 2 weeks. Now, if you want to respond,
Thank you for your opinion. Thank you for Mr. Conley, please go ahead.
Yes, it is a prevailing rate project.
Yes.
The rates are turned in every month. Their payroll, certified payroll is turned in every month. I don't believe the contractors union, all I care about is that they're paying prevailing rate. I agree with you 100%. And PIOSH and OSHA have responsibility out there of making sure that that contractor is doing the right thing. And if that contractor is not doing the right thing, then I have the authority to shut him down if somebody would tell me. But I can't shut him down if I don't know what's happening.
So is it possible to give the good citizens in this room today the numbers to contact OSHA? Because they can't contact the town. I have tried to contact the town about a job next door to me, and nobody shows up.
I don't know the numbers for OSHA. I'm sure that Google, that's what everybody else.
Call OSHA.
But
I'm
Mr.
telling
Conte,
you, call OSHA.
Mr. Conte, I have to tell you, a lot of the residents, I called after he received the emails, I've reached out to the town. I've done all that. So, understand that you're not getting a response, but please be aware that there are several people up here who have reached out and spoke directly to several residents, returned emails, and in their stead, receiving the email, have reached out to the mayor and the administrator directly.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
But really, there should be someone that these people could talk to other than calling Miss Morgan or Miss Feeney or Mr. DeSena, Mr. Sears or Mr. Cassio. There should be a person that is responsible. And that's where you missed the boat. You should have had someone responsible. The town administrator should be responsible. He should have hired someone. The mayor should have been responsible. He should have hired somebody. There should have been somebody put in place. You're spending $6 million
Absolutely.
of taxpayer money. Be responsible with our money. The other thing I have, because that was more of a statement, is I think it's for Mr. DeSena, or maybe the architect, I'm not sure. I did a project way back when on a county road, and I don't know if this has changed, but I was told I had to pitch everything to a sewer drain or a catch basin on the property, and all the water from the driveway, because it was a very large driveway, all the water from that driveway was not allowed to go onto the county road. It had to go into the catch basin, into a leach field.
I believe you are correct.
Okay.
But what you're leaving out, I believe, is it's all new runoff created by the project. Okay?
It was new runoff.
Okay.
Yes.
This is not. This is currently an impervious site. It was currently covered with asphalt. So that means all of that water ran off automatically. So my belief is, and again, I'm not a dirt and water guy, I'm a bricks and sticks guy. My belief is that the runoff that is being created by this project is equal to or less than the runoff that was previously created by the parking lot that was there. But the engineer is creating a system that will recharge and hold some of that water on the site.
From the roof.
From the roof.
Right.
Okay? So what you're seeing now running off during construction is not what's going to be there at the end of construction. after the building is open. Because when the building is open and when all the site work is completed, that water will be going into some sort of a retainage recharge area.
Okay, so they're gonna catch the roof water, you're gonna put that in a retention system, and it's gonna leach back into the ground. But whatever on the blacktop is gonna go into the street and down the road.
I'm not sure of that. Like I said, I didn't do the site engineering, the township engineer did. I believe there's other catch basins, but I can't tell you how much water is going into the existing catch basins
Gotcha.
at the curb and how much water is staying on the site. I can tell you that the majority of the paving that I've seen does look like it slopes to the road. It doesn't slope back to a catch basin.
Right.
And we can add those questions to when we're going to question the site engineer. I mean, as they're pertinent questions, they're very valid, and if it's gonna cause major issues, then if they're not telling us that's what's gonna happen based on the build currently and the design, there has to be a contingency put in place.
I mean, if there's not a leach field in there now, or if they're putting one in now, it's easier to increase the size of it to catch the water from the driveway now than try to do it later.
They would probably have to, and again, I'm not a site engineer.
No, I got you.
But they would probably have to put like trench drains
Right.
along the driveway that would catch that water and then funnel that water back to this. And I'm not positive that they haven't done that. Again, that's site stuff on the building, that's the site. But I'm trying to go from my memory from looking at their drawings and being part of that.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Can I just ask you a question to tail on to Mr. Conti's question? The driveway water is going to run down to a catch basin and then flow down the street? Where's this water going to flow to?
Well, I don't know. I'm saying it would run down to a catch basin because there's catch basins there now that was catching the water from the parking lot before. So I'm assuming that those catch basins are going to stay there and there's pipes underground. Where those pipes go, I have no idea. I would assume that maybe your township engineer knows where those pipes go. But I don't know where those pipes go.
So we'll add that to the questions also, like,
Yeah.
Is it running down to it?
I believe at that end, it goes over by the BP station. For some reason, I thought the pipe was dead-ended over there.
No, there is a sewer at the end, because
Yeah,
we
there
walked
is a
that
sewer,
way.
but I thought it was dead-ended. So,
Is it
we'll have to look at it.
Is it a sewer or a storm drain?
Storm drain, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I think there's a storm drain on the other side, because we walked that way to go to Clark.
You brought that up and it just.
Yeah,
There's storm drains in front of the fire.
There's, yeah,
Hmm.
but it's a.
We
good
should
question.
look at it. I mean, if you would put that on there.
That's the engineer and not.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alman?
Okay, single table.
I don't know if those microphones work. If you see a light on, that's.
This one. Thanks. I used that one this one. So.
Michael Ullman, 2 Clark Avenue. My first comment is that I really have to agree with Mr. Getz and Ms. Plantamora that this really starts and stops with the mayor and the administrator. We're at this point because of a lack of leadership by the executive in charge of the town. There'll be excuses, there'll be, sidestepping. At the end of the day, the mayor and the administrator are responsible for what goes on in the town. And I hope they own up to it. Question I have, we keep talking about the height of the cupola from the ground, from the first row of bricks or the ground level, I guess. Have we done a topological survey? And do we know where we're starting with that first row? And the reason I ask is I was on the zoning board when we put the Exxon station in, and the canopy is exactly to spec. However, they raised the entire site multiple feet, which caused the canopy to be intrusive on the neighbors. So I guess my question is, we keep talking about the actual height of the building, but where does the building sit on the overall site?
I think I can answer this for you. Basically, at this point on the site, okay, where this first bay is, that is our 0 point, okay? And that is, again, I'm guessing, but approximately a foot, maybe 6 inches higher than the road there, okay? The site engineer gave us the height of where we put the finished floor at. That's why I say I'm guessing, because I don't remember exactly what his height was above the roadway. But let's say it's 6 inches to a foot, okay, here. And then that is our 0 point. And that 0 point runs all the way across to here. Okay, so if you have a foot of a drop in grade, or 2 feet of a drop in grade, from this corner of the building to, let's say, the door, okay, then if you wanted to go from the grade there, this would actually be 2 feet higher. So if you wanted to take the lowest point of the site, which is down here, which hopefully, and the reason I'm saying hopefully is because Councilman DeSena questioned the height of this. If this is the 5'4" below this floor, if you took this low point, then this here, instead of being 53'3", it would be 58'7", okay, from the ground here.
Understood.
But it has not changed from here,
Okay.
okay? I think that's what you were asking.
Based on your understanding, have they moved fill into that property, and have they elevated the overall?
I do not believe that there was any fill brought in. Basically, what we did is we took this and we took fill out. We took dirt out to lower this side down. We did not increase the height of this at all.
Is that something that can be confirmed, that they're starting from ground zero?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or the prior zero?
Yeah, we can add that to when we talk to the, for the site survey, the review those, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be a site engineer thing, but I'm pretty sure that we held that 0 point there.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be, Mr. Owens, do you mind if I just piggyback off your question? Would there be when they poured the foundation, put everything in, would there have been any issue that would have required them to put fill in and they didn't report it back and they just did it, or?
No. Basically, the engineer does a cut and fill normally to try to even out the site. It's the dirt that's being removed and the dirt that's being brought in to try to even it out. On this site, we didn't want to take the building up any higher. We wanted to keep it as low as we possibly could, but we need to have that positive slope away from the engine bays. Which at one point, the engineer wanted to actually drop the ambulance bays down and put trench drains in front of the building and bring the rainwater back to the building, and I did not like that idea. We kept it up where it was at that 0 point. And I don't know what that elevation 0 point is, other than a foot 6 inches above the curb of the roadway.
If they did do something like that and they weren't supposed to, I mean, we have recourse on
That would have come up in the survey that we had them do.
Okay.
I'm sure that would have shown in that survey that they built that property up. And I don't know why a contractor would have done that and built it up, because that's just adding to the cost.
I agree.
The low bid contractor does not add to their cost.
That's very true. Sorry, thanks. I just wanted to.
Mr. Conley, where did you come up? You told us before it's 35'9" to the ridge below the cupola and 44'6" with the cupola at the center of the building.
No.
That's what you told us before.
The cupola, that's on the one side. The cupola is 53'3". That's what I said in the very beginning.
Okay, what's the ridge below the cupola?
The ridge below the cupola is 44'6".
40, that's what you said, okay.
Yes.
So that's the number we need to confirm, is
Yes.
44'6".
And the peak of the existing building was approximately 32 to 35 feet. I pulled out the sheet from
Yes, I remember.
2019.
Is it okay to go?
Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Council President Feeney, as you pointed out, back in 2019, the council did not request a light plan or a photo, whatever it's called.
Photometric.
Yes. So that was an oversight by the council and by me as part of that council. It's nothing to say that we can't request it now, so I'm hoping we do take the opportunity. It's very enlightening, excuse the pun, when they were doing the CVS project, that light plan really showed the impacts and how they were mitigated. I would suggest that it be considered for the property, given the concerns of the residents. I guess the,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lisicka just wants to,
Yes. I have one request. Can I get a list?
yeah, absolutely, yes.
Please.
Yes.
I was keeping everything in my head because I'm not taking notes, but now there's too much in there. I don't think I'll be able to remember all of this. So if the clerk or somebody could give me a list, that would be great.
I just asked the town, Ms. Kowski, if she could push these minutes through with the notes. I've taken some notes and
I have as
questions.
well.
And we will get you a list within the next couple of days so that when you do your meeting, you'll have all of these.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
we really just want everything.
I know.
So getting back to my first comment when I talked about accountability, I really had no other questions about the design. My comments are on record about what I thought of it, what I thought of the scope, the size. So that's part of the council record. What I did have some questions on is the on time and on budget. You know, we hear about this all the time. And I really don't know who is in charge of monitoring on time and on budget. I sent a request, an Oprah request. The original approved budget for the ESB, the current budget, assuming changes have been made to that baseline, the original approved project plan for the ESB, the current project plan, assuming changes have been made to that baseline. You know, as a project manager, I would think that those two documents would be fairly easy to come by. What I was returned was a email that Mr. Conley sent to Mr. Tovo. And it talks about running 4 to 6 weeks behind schedule, requesting working days, completion dates in the first week of January. I mean, that's all great, but, you know, that's not what I asked for. I asked for the project plan.
Can I see, do you mind? Could I see that? Or later, could you? Well, thanks.
Well, you could Oprah it.
Yeah, I know, I just, if you wouldn't mind, you know.
I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Council President, I can forward that to you.
Okay, that would be great, thank you. Yeah. Well, you know.
Okay. And then, so,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to.
If it's on my list.
I wanted to just read it really quick.
so, and then on the project budget, Mr. Conley talks about an estimated project cost of $6,081,000. And that is from a July 2019 presentation that Mr. Conley did, which was presented to the board at the time, the council at the time. He just deducts his architectural fees and reproduction fees, leaving $5.6 million for construction. Then he talks about the contract price and the change orders And really what comes across is, and Mr. Conley may be a architect and he may know about sticks and bricks, but I don't think that this is an adequate or complete representation of construction. And it's certainly not an adequate and complete representation of the project. Because nowhere in this does it talk about the diesel exhaust. Although it was on the project estimate, we know it wasn't accounted for. We know we have a capital expenditure this year. So I don't understand how we can talk about these numbers as a baseline and where we are in the project when we don't have things like the diesel exhaust, the emergency generator. What's the status of that? $65,000. I went through the list of bills. I came across $25,000 in Boswell invoices. I have no idea what else the township has expended, although there will be an Oprah request on that. And it is amazing to me that we talk about on time and on budget, and not one person, I'm assuming, who this request went to, understands what that means. So can someone tell me what the budget is for this project?
I do not have the physical numbers. I can ask the administrator, but he might not be able to get back to us, but I can request that information and get back.
And do you know, what does that comprise of? Because
I will get that answer I will get the, what the budget is, what does the budget include, and I will get that back to you. Does that work? Does that answer does that give you a placeholder so I can get you the answers?
Mrs. Feeney, could the council receive what the total budget is, including all
Yeah.
the soft costs? No, but I want all the soft costs. I want the engineering. I want
It
Mr.
doesn't
Conley's
exist.
fees. I want everything that's been spent.
It does not exist.
I will work personally with the administrator to put those together into a format that we can distribute to the council, and I will send that to you also, Mr. Allman.
Okay, because again, this is not on time and it's certainly not on budget.
If I could.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. I don't know what the township's budget is. All I know is what my cost estimate was, which is what you see there in that paper.
Okay.
Okay? Items that were not in the contract, the diesel exhaust system, okay? That I don't really have any accounting of as we move forward. That will be, separate from this contract. But when we're talking about this contract with this contractor, the email that you received is the accounting of that project to date.
That is, so I really don't want to have a dialogue. Well, I could have a dialogue with you. So since you've raised it, 6081 is the number that you start with. And you back out your soft costs, not your soft costs, excuse me, your fee, professional fee and legal reproduction.
Correct.
415 and 25.
Correct.
You say the remaining amount is $5,641,000.
Correct. That is the total construction cost that we had on that cost estimate, plus the 10% contingency.
Okay, but if the $63,000 isn't being constructed, if the $65,000 isn't being constructed, how can you have that in your number?
The generator is part of this contract. That is part of the contract that we're talking about.
Okay.
The generator is in there.
Is the 63?
The diesel exhaust is not in there,
Okay,
okay? But with the number that you're looking at, I believe it's 120,000, somewhere in that ballpark, is what is left over under my cost estimate.
you have, according to you, you have 83,000.
Okay, then that must have been before the last change order. That was a credit coming back of almost $50,000 coming back to the township.
What change order is this, Mr. Conley? Because we've never seen it as a council.
I'm sorry, what was that?
What change order is this, Mr. Conley? Because The only change
There's
order
been-
we've seen to date is for the $250,000 retaining wall that nobody
No,
knows about.
there's been 4 change orders on the project.
We got 3 of them. We did get 3 of them. You sent them out to everybody from Mr. Jones.
Yes, the trees, the sewer
Yeah.
pipe, the seepage pit, and the retaining wall.
No, it was the trees, you're correct, but you're missing one. It was the maple trees, the additional trees. Then we had the seepage pit and jetting out and repairing a pipe. That was both on one change order,
$20,000.
okay? And then we had the retaining wall.
$206,000.
And then the last one was a $50,000 credit for removing Keystone retaining wall along the ambulance side of the building and extending their parking lot out approximately 3 feet. So there's some add and some deduct in there with a total deduct of $50,041.97.
So we removed the Keystone wall that Mr. Beekman was supposed to have by his house now?
Yes,
And what are we putting in its place?
I believe a curb.
And
I
when was
believe,
this-
I believe once it graded out that a retaining wall, again, this is site stuff, but I believe that the retaining wall was no longer required, that it could be done with a curb, and they could pick up a couple extra feet of parking for the ambulance squad.
Is that in the back section or is that in the?
The side.
That's
I
on the
know,
side.
It's on the side.
Ambulance
If you
for
could
side.
confirm that with the, could just confirm that when you add that to your list. Please, thank you. Okay, please, the meeting, please, I'm sorry, we have to.
So,
Okay, so Mr. Conley has an understanding of the numbers he's discussing, but he keeps referring to the site engineer, which is not part of his estimate, I don't believe.
no, the site engineer, not the site engineering, no, but the site work was.
So again, what is the budget? Because we've been on time and on budget since we started, and I don't think we're either, so,
I will get you the information and the council the information.
okay.
And Mr. Connolly the information.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And
Mr.
here's the,
Thank you. I will scan it in and email it to you if that works. Back to you.
I have a copy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Would anybody else like to come up?
Can I
Yes.
just ask one more question?
One more question.
When-
I'm Mrs. Pistono. I'm sorry. Could you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Linda
Thank you very
Pistono,
much.
631 Washington Avenue. When the men were there with the cranes, and it was at 10 o'clock at night, we had Mr. Mahudi called the police. And I was wondering, did they ever get summonses for breaking the laws?
Do you have the date of that? And I
It
can
was
check
either
with the-
5/21,
Or
5/20, or 5/21. I'm not sure, because
I
the
will-
next day is when I called the mayor on it, and I never received an answer.
I will personally talk to Chief.
Because that will
Skinner
help
and
bring some money back
to the police chief and see what I can find.
Yeah.
I believe they probably did not, because I was told that the reason why they were there and they were working so late is because they were putting the roof trusses up. And when you put the roof trusses up, you have to put up the temporary bracing immediately. And typically that temporary bracing has to tie in one truss to the other, to the other. And if you don't put the temporary bracing up, then you can have a problem with those trusses falling over. So I was told that that was why they kept the crane there late at night, was because they only had a couple more trusses to set, and they wanted to set those couple trusses rather than, they would have been there the same amount of time if they were to shore up the trusses that were already installed, so they wouldn't fall down, so they would be able to be held there. So they decided to keep the crane there and complete those last couple trusses that they had to install. And to me, that makes sense, and I can understand that. why, I can't
understand.
answer the contractor. All I can do is tell you what I was
Maybe
told.
maybe.
Right, and that makes,
Just
and-
please, I'm
and
very
that
sorry
makes
to do that,
sense
but
to
it's-
me. And so my assumption is, if they told that to the police officer and it made sense to the police officer, he probably didn't give them a summons.
Maybe we could confirm with the superintendent, who obviously should have been on site the night that the crane was operating. If not, then that's a bit another issue. But if we could maybe confirm to see what happened that those specific nights. But I will inquire to the police chief if there was a report or there was some kind of, no. So I will inquire and I will let you know when I find out.
I do know the police were called that night. I was
Okay.
told that, so.
Thanks, Mr. Connell. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Mahoney. I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney. It's a-
Fred Mahoney, 649 Washington Ave. The comment you just made, that is not what was said to us when the police was called. Officer Kelly, I believe was his name.
Okay.
He was there. He actually came up to us and said, look, can you guys please give them another few, let them finish the last remaining trusses. The guy come back saying, look, if you have to bring the truck back, it's going to cost another $4,500. That was the reason that was told to us. I know what Joe reports is because they got to cover their rear ends, but that was not what was told to us. Those trusses were secure. They could have stopped. Officer Kelly, one by one, kept seeing these going up, and we kept telling them, dude, they're literally laughing in your face. They're just going to want to get the job done so they don't have to come back because they're really losing money. The roofers are losing big money on the job because of the cost of lumber. The cost of lumber is based on the previous contract dollars. And as a result, they're not making money right now. And my daughter was crying last night because of all this nonsense. And I'm outside trying to figure this whole thing out. And they're telling you it's because of safety.
No, I believe, look, we are going to find out what's going on. I'm gonna call the police chief myself and find out what happened on that night. Let you know if there was a report filed, if any summonses were issued. And obviously, they will have some answers to us the next couple of days as soon as they call we're gonna call it an emergency meeting at the site. That's what it is.
The 2 Saturdays that the roofers were there, the site manager, I have his number. I call him directly and I'm telling him, dude, are they supposed to work here? He's like, no, they're not. Within minutes,
But why,
everybody's off.
That's, and you shouldn't have to do that.
Right, because I called the town, and the town says the noise ordinance, they're supposed to work. Right, they're allowed to work. I believe I spoke with Mr. Togo, and he said, oh, they're allowed to work. It's noise ordinance, they can work from dusk till dawn. But the minute you call the super on site, I mean, he's not supposed to be there, they're not supposed to be there, sir. There is no construction supposed to be done if the super is not on site. When the super leaves, construction is supposed to end. On Saturdays, without permission, they're not supposed to be there. On numerous occasions, this has happened. I have to call them directly instead of you people representing us to handle this matter for us. I have to get up 7 in the morning, walking up to the sound of nails going off on a Saturday morning to call the super and says, dude, why are they workers here? Oh my God, I have the messages I can forward to the council if you're interested for your records. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we have to stop the getting up again. I'm sorry. We have to move on with the meeting.
So certain people are allowed to continue speaking and others are not.
Listen, it's. Okay, number one, nobody has said that, and no feeling that anybody should feel that way. That is not the way it is at all. That's not.
Mr. Getz and I are the only two, and mine is one statement only.
Okay, how about, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Getz, do you have a
I have
question?
follow-up questions of the architect. Fred Getz, 587 Washington Avenue. You never answered Mr. Ullman's question. Was there a topographical survey done?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, he did answer that when they had to just.
I never got a direct yes or no, or at least I didn't hear it, so thank you. Because it seems like the height keeps varying and everybody's asked the same question 15 times and we keep getting a different answer. My understanding is you go from the lowest point where the building touches the property and measure the height from there. You're telling us you're measuring from the baseline or from the other side, and I still don't know what the property, so how high is the property from the lowest point, the structure from the lowest point to the highest point?
From the lowest point to the highest point, it is 58 foot 7 inches. From the lowest point to the highest. point.
So in this 30-foot
From the-
zone, you designed a building that's 60 foot almost,
Yes.
right on top of the
Yes.
road with no
Mr. Getz, thank you.
buffer.
Mr.
That's a
Getz,
question for the architect.
I understand, but we do have those questions out that are gonna go to the site engineer about what the lowest point is.
But this is about his design.
Okay, go ahead.
He designed the building. The building
I understand.
does not fit the neighborhood.
Yes.
I'm asking him about why he chose to build a double-size building in a residential zone that abuts the property line and abuts a county road and gets pretty close to all the other neighbors.
Because that.
Rather than adjust the design to fit the neighborhood.
Because that is the size of the building that was required to put the fire department and the ambulance there to meet their needs and to be constructed.
So a 20-foot roof truss or whatever it is, 18-foot roof truss is required? Or is that your design? That's your design choice,
Well,
correct?
that is the design, yes.
So I'm asking you, why would you choose such a high truss design in a residential neighborhood when you're trying to reduce, and you're saying you're trying to keep the height low, but your design incorporates a roof truss that's almost double story? It almost makes it a 4-story structure.
It is that high because of the depth of the building, okay? The truss, I don't see it on here. I believe that they are 612 trusses. And the 612 trusses, because the amount of snow and the amount of load that you get on that from a snow load, the steeper it is, the less snow load you have to design for.
So you couldn't adjust your design to make this building lower?
If we were to adjust the design, the trusses would have had to be larger trusses. If we put a flat roof on there, it would have cost a lot more money. Like I had said 2 years ago, the flat roof would have taken us into a completely different type of construction. Okay? We would have had to use steel bar joists, we would have had to use steel construction rather than using wood construction to do it, which would have raised the cost up substantially.
And you wouldn't have had all these people here now.
It also would have given you the flat roof, and the flat roof, like I said earlier, you're only going to get a 20 to 25-year warranty on the roofing material, and you're going to have to replace that every 20 to 25 years. The roof that's on there, you have a lifetime warranty, which in commercial construction works out to a 50-year warranted roof with, I believe it's 30 years of no depreciation. I believe that's what it's late at night and I haven't had dinner.
I'm not going to quiz you on roof warranties, but I just want to know. So in your opinion, there was no alternate design that would have alleviated all these problems?
I'm not saying there was no alternative design. What I'm saying is the design that was approved in 2019 in front of mayor and council at multiple meetings is the design that's being built.
How many different designs? Were there 3 designs, 4 designs, just roughly?
I want to say we were probably closer to 7 or 8 designs. We're contracted to typically do 3. But we did more than 3 designs on this to go through and finally to get it down. I don't know, maybe Councilman Ullman would remember how many times, but I know it was multiple meetings that we came to and presented modifications and changes but that would have probably been at the schematic design phase. I believe Councilman Ullman was on then. So that would have been maybe a year before that. I don't remember.
Like
Because
2018?
that's when we come in with multiple
Right.
designs. And then the design development, which was 2019, is when we are basically taking that one design and making it work, massaging it and working it out to something. And that was the design development stage there, was in the summer.
It's 2019.
During public meeting? During public meeting?
They were public meetings, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And they were approved by the council then?
So
And I sat here and answered questions to residents at that time also. open it up to the public, et cetera.
Right.
And then I believe the next couple meetings after that, there was when the bond issue,
Yes.
which was opened up also to the public, for the public to comment on the cost of the bond. And I believe the bond was approved. I'm not sure if it was October or
It was
November.
October. It was the end of October.
Okay, it was the end of October. So,
Was there a planning report in conjunction with this?
the planning board
A planning report by a planner?
by a planner, no. I'm a planner.
Okay.
I wasn't then, but I am
So
now.
did you, okay, well, you weren't acting as a planner, you were
No, I
only
was
acting
not,
as an
I was,
architect.
I was acting as an architect.
So our town planner didn't issue a report on this
I
project?
believe the town engineer is also a planner, but I'm not sure.
Did
But it was not submitted to.
It wasn't.
Planning or zoning.
I don't know.
It was as a leader.
Oh, was that
Yeah.
Selena then?
Yes. So there,
And again, I understand
So,
it doesn't,
there
it's
there
definitely,
wouldn't be a planner's letter. Like when you submit to the zoning or you submit to the planning board, then the planner typically gives you a letter of report for
Right.
you that things that they think that you need to change.
well, that's. going
Because
back to
this
Mr.
was not
Conti's
submitted, I wouldn't expect the zoning or the planner to do a review on this. I'm not sure if you have a combined board or not.
No,
But I wouldn't expect the planner to do a review letter on this project if it wasn't submitted in front of the board.
So
And I don't know if the township
you've
has.
done many firehouses and many municipal
Yes.
buildings before,
Yes.
and you wouldn't expect a planner
No.
report, a stormwater runoff report?
No.
None of
Not
these
on-
reports, you
not
just
on
go
a
in
public
blind and say,
project.
looks good to me.
No, not on a public project.
Mr. Getz,
On-
Mr.
on a-
Getz, Mr. Getz.
Yes.
Mr. Power has a comment. No? Okay, that's your going.
I mean, you can ask all the questions you want about a planner and the zoning board and everything you want to do about the board. It doesn't really apply. So
I'm
all the
asking about
things,
the
all the
design.
things, all the things he's saying is that those things that you keep throwing out do not pertain because this is not an application that you're used to, which you had with the zoning board and maybe with the planning board, you were on the planning board, I know, but just the zoning board. So this is a municipal project, it's a firehouse built on where the firehouse was. It's a municipal property, it's a permitted use, it's an operation it's a function of the municipality. And so many of the things that you would see with a private developer, which I'm sure you saw many times, you would not see it here. And I think that's what he's trying to say. I mean, I'm not trying to argue, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to short circuit the keep going back and forth.
I don't think, I mean, with all due respect, I don't think that's true. It's not that you would not see those things. It's just that the town was not required, going back to Mr. Conti's point, the town was not required and the town did not do those things. You would see those in municipal applications.
No, municipalities,
You would-
not build firehouses by going to their planning board and get permission from the planning board to build a firehouse.
I'm not asking about permission. I'm saying you would consult with your professionals. You would consult with the ambulance corps. You would consult with a planner. You would consult with an engineer about stormwater runoff.
They did consult with the fire department.
Yes.
They did consult with the ambulance corps. They did go with the town engineer, which was a very fine engineering firm to be involved with this. So I don't want to get into all of that stuff because
I'm quite sure you don't want to get into it, but however I do, and
I'm sure you would like to do a lot.
and
of it.
it's, my right as a taxpayer to do so. That's why I'm asking questions of the architect, because they're all spending our money, not yours. You don't live in town. It's our money.
That being said, can I say something? I just want to remind you all, we also pay taxes. We're as concerned as you, and we're going to get the answers that you need, but we must move on now. We really must.
Okay.
Okay, we do pay taxes as well. This is our town. That's what we're here for. We hear you. We get it. We understand. I hear you.
I understand.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Pistono, how do I not hear you? I hear you. Let's keep the meeting moving, please.
Okay, we are Mr. Getz, I'm sorry. If you
Is there going to be an open public session for the regular meeting then? Because this was limited to the architect?
Yes, absolutely. However,
So I can speak again at that point.
yes, you'll have 5 minutes at that point. However, I would like to move on with the meeting.
I'm sure you were. When I was on council, we were here till 1 a.m. because that's what the taxpayers require.
No, that's
So if
not.
we have to be here,
Mr.
we
Getz,
should want to be
Mr.
here.
Getz, Mr. Getz, I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry, but that's exactly, that is not fair. I am sitting here, but you did say you had one question. You very
No, that
much.
was Ms. Osmond.
No, you
that
said you
she-
had one question, actually. You did.
I said I had some follow-up questions.
No, you said you had one question.
All right,
Come on.
I apologize if I misspoke.
Thank you very much for
However, I did have more
apologizing.
questions, and I think, but again, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing correctly, that there was no planning report. There was no stormwater runoff report. There was.
You know what? We're going to have, I'm going to cut this off now. We're going to move on with the meeting. Okay? We really, we do need to move on with the meeting. Okay, Mrs. Osmond, you have one question. But could you please?
So you're cutting me off and telling me to sit down and not speak anymore. Is that correct?
You just said there will be another 5-minute, public
Okay.
comment.
But at this point, you want me to stop talking and not ask any more questions of the architect and sit down and be quiet, right?
I actually didn't tell you to sit down or be quiet, Mr. Getz, but as council president, I do need to keep the meeting moving. It is in my job description, and that's what I'm trying to do. And you did say you had one question, and I would say that's fine. And thank you very much for.
So you're asking me to sit down and be quiet?
I'm not asking you to sit down or
So
be
you're
quiet.
asking.
No, we have to be fair
Can
to
I ask
everybody.
continued questions?
Mr. Getz, we have to be fair to the rest of the residents, your neighbors, right? There's other people that want to speak. So that's why we have to hear everybody.
Well, she said she's going to let Ms. Osmond speak. But
To answer your question.
my
when-
questions
when
have
the
not been
township-
answered. Am I
Excuse me,
allowed?
you wanted me to answer a question? When the township engineer is here, ask him those questions because you're asking questions about the site, not the building.
Okay. As to the lowest point, am I not correct about the lowest point?
No, that is not correct. It depends on the ordinance, and there's different ordinances are written different ways. Some are from the curb line, some are from the crown of the road, some are of the mean height between the crown of the road and the front of the building, some are the average height between the curb or the crown of the road or the sidewalk. They're all written differently on how you measure the height, okay? I've been straight the whole time that we're measuring from that zero elevation level, which is the finished floor elevation of the main portion of the building.
Is that what our ordinance says?
No,
Okay.
because it doesn't say anything in your ordinance about the height for a public building. It says that they are exempt from any height requirements.
So we just build it the way we want to.
We build it the way that it's approved by mayor and council.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mary Ann Osmond, 960 Adams Place. First of all, when they had those big meetings in 2019, the fire department came en masse. Mr. Steers, I'm sure you're aware, and I know you are too. And the, excuse me. And so did the ambulance corps. So regular residents to ask questions, it was a little intimidating to see every fireman you knew and you had a lot of respect for, and all the ambulance corps members you knew and had respect for, to ask, excuse me, too many
Mrs. Osmond,
questions.
would you like a Tic Tac?
No, I'll be fine. And ask too many questions, but that's not my point. 24 feet is the size of our old ambulance. I just had somebody measure it. And the new one is maybe a little bigger. So now you're telling me, or that gentleman said, there's only 22 feet. I think there's a problem.
Yeah.
Do you have a question, Mrs. Osmond?
No, that's it. I just was a statement, but and it's 24 feet. I mean, he's telling me one thing and, it's 22 feet only.
As Mr. DeSena just pointed out, I'm going to make a motion to close this portion of the public comment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. Two people have requested a bio break, if you don't mind. Minutes, January 19th, today, is that right? Are you sure? Approval of minutes, January 19th, 2021, public meeting and conference meeting. Tom, you're going to abstain. Thank you. February 16th, 2021, public meeting, conference meeting. Tom, again.
Abstain.
Okay, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Sue?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Casano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Abstain.
Council President Feeney.
Yes. May 17th, 2021, public meeting, conference meeting. May 24th, 2021, budget meeting. May 27th, 2021, budget meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Appointment to the fire department, membership application from Timothy J. Meyer for the Township of Washington Volunteer Fire Department. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Approve and file. Okay, Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Casano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Congratulations, yes.
I'm sorry, Councilman Sears.
Yes.
And Council President Feeney.
Yes. Membership application from Vincent J. Montalbano III for the Township of Washington Volunteer Fire Department. Motion to approve and file.
So moved.
Second.
Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Casano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Congratulations and yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
And Council President Feeney.
Yes.
Very proud of these two boys. I had them as Little League ball players, and I'm proud to see that they're volunteering for such an important thing.
So this evening,
And they're good cadets too.
Very good.
Yeah, they're good kids.
due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to push the report of the mayor and council.
Okay.
Okay, general public comment.
Wait.
I just want to check and see if I have anything time sensitive real quick.
Okay, oh, sure, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that's
good
okay.
point.
This week is debris week. Next white goods is July 22nd. New lightning detection system base unit is on order. 3 upcoming movie nights at Memorial, July 23rd, August 6th, August 27th. B Street Band returning to town on August 13th. Library, please check their website for current operating hours. Summer rec program off to a great start. We received our first installment payment of $480,000 from the American Rescue Plan. The auditors have told us we can use $235,000 of that money for unrealized revenue due to COVID. That money will go into the surplus to defray future tax increases, and we await further guidance on other permissible uses of the money. Thanks.
Thank you. General public comment limit to 5 minutes per speaker. Motion to open public
So
comment.
moved.
I'll make a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
If you guys could just please wait till I get to the, may I have a motion?
All right.
That would be great.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, who would like to speak? Mrs. Osmond.
Here in Osmond, 960 Adams Place. I hope my voice gets it. It's a shame that residents can't ask questions and get answers after the questions and have to wait till the end for answers if they ever get them. So many residents never get answers. Just ask Mr. Ullman, and I had no idea he was going to be here tonight. I may have one question for tonight only, and that is the council president has said she talked to other towns who do this, and I would like a copy of the names of the other towns that do their public portions this way.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. Now, what I'm going to say is I want to thank the 2 members of the council, and of course, Mr. Cummings was no longer with us, who voted against me for reappointment to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. I had more experience than anyone on the board, but still was voted out. It took 3 tries to get names of residents to apply to push me out. Such is politics, and I don't want to debate it because one of the members that was put on the zoning board actually is related to a former councilman's wife. Now, if the two councilwomen on this council did not know this, shame on them, but I'm sure Mr. Calamari did know it. The following year, and I didn't know Mr. Getz was going to be here either, the following year, two additional residents, Fred Getz and Diane Grimaldi, who both have a lot of experience, were voted out by the same 3-2 political vote. And these councilwomen talk about no politics. I'm surprised, Mr. Sears, it also helps with these 3-2 votes, since I always thought he was a straight shooter, even sometimes disagreed with the mayor for his first time around, but not this time. I have a third very important issue, but I'm not going to talk about it this evening because it's late and I really want to have my voice a little better for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Osmond.
And I really don't want any answers.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Getz.
I'll be brief because I know the hour is late. Fred Getz, 587 Washington Avenue. I just want to again make sure that everyone at home, since everyone left, or most everyone left the council meeting, understands that this project that we were talking about, the firehouse project, is the purview of the administration. In our system of government, everyone addresses everything to the council, but I don't think a lot of people understand that the council gives the money to the mayor and the administration, and that's it. Then it's up to the mayor to take care of all these things. The mayor and the administration, again, I wanted to express my disappointment on how this whole thing has been handled. This is a very important project for our volunteers. It's a very important project for the town. It's a very expensive project. The council gave the money to the mayor and the administration to get it done. And everything's wrong. Nobody was consulted about anything that matters. Stormwater management, I think it's on the agenda for an ordinance tonight because it's an important thing. Planning, that's any land use development. The first thing you do is you go to get a planner or after the architect. The architect, nobody was monitoring the design changes apparently, because there is no way that those plans that have been presented match what is actually there. I'm anxious to see what the height difference is. No one's been monitoring the contractor. Again, contractors don't self-monitor. That's why we have building departments. That's why we have code enforcement officers. That's why we have an administration to do these things, to monitor these things, or to hire someone to monitor these things. That's what they're supposed to be doing. And the mayor and administration really dropped the ball on this one. I hope they will own up to it, and I hope they will correct their actions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Getz. Anybody else? Mr. Ullman, sorry.
Thank you. Michael Oman, 2 Clark Avenue. I just wanted to know the status of background checks. I was looking through the list of bills and I saw a bill for, I think it was 21 lacrosse coaches, but I didn't see anything for summer camp. I don't know if they were done. And if the green team was done, any members of the administration.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right. That was it. Hope you're okay.
No, I'm fine. Just, yes. Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Chovo, Mr. Mayor, would you like to address? Oh, sorry. Motion to close public comment.
So move.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor or Mr. Chovo, would you like to address anything?
I can quickly address the background check issue. They are currently either complete or underway in the case of summer rec program. The only member of the administration that I know of that required a background was that of the recreation coordinator. I believe I will defer to the mayor for the rest.
Thank you, Bob. I'll just say, I have been background checked also. Members of the lacrosse were, the camp counselors were applicable because of the age requirement. They have been, we had a couple pending and we would not let them work until they were completed. Mrs. Osmond, even though you didn't ask for an answer, you're going to get it anyway. The zoning board appointment, as you know, is not up to me. I have nothing to do with it. I still don't know about a relative that you're speaking of. And it is not a lifetime appointment. There's room for new people to come into these positions. And yeah, okay, you should have it for life, right? Yes, I know. But, you know, new people express interest and they deserve a shot in our town. And yeah, you keep making faces, but that's the way it is. Mr. Getz, it's my job to spend the money that the council allocates to do the job. I don't know offhand. I'm going to look back and see if we spoke about, having more oversight than what was allocated for in the budget with Mr. Conley. So I'll get back to you and the other members about that at a future meeting.
Any other comments, Mr. Rex? I didn't get to you at the end of the previous.
I have them, but in light of the hour and what most of the people leaving, I'll hold them till the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Palmer, anything to add?
I could go through things in chapter and verse, but it's late and I don't think it's necessary because it would serve no purpose anyway.
Okay. Mr. Togo, if you don't mind, I had checked, I knew that this was going to come up tonight. I had checked the rec for summer camp, and there is a statement on there that says all the background checks, all camp counselors 18 and older have gone through a background check and they have been completed before being hired for the safety of our campers. So all the background checks, they've been completed, just so you know.
But the reason I made the statement, there are a few that are going to turn 18 shortly, so theirs have not been processed yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody knows that they've been done. Mrs. Osmond, I understand your, I'm sorry?
I really don't need your comments.
Okay, but I listened to you, so I'm going to provide you with mine. So I'm sorry you feel that way. I do feel it's important to give people a chance who want to participate in town and participate in what's going on in town. And we have a lot of people who have shown interest over the last 2 years. And that's just my personal opinion. Vice President Morgan?
I'm only going to talk to the background checks. Thank you so much, Mr. Ullman, for your, consistent effort in making sure they happen. They were super important. We, as you know, cheer will be coming up soon, and we did not meet any resistance when it came to speaking with the parents about, volunteering and getting background checks done. So people were very happy that we were asking. So I don't think we'll have a problem moving forward with all the sports, and it's important. So I'm glad to see that we're consistently doing that.
Councilman Casio?
I have no comments this time.
Councilman DeSena?
Yes, in January, when the retaining wall fiasco came about, that we found out that we were buying $250,000 retaining wall behind the firehouse, I'd asked who had oversight, and I was told, and I looked up the minutes during our little break, and I was told Mr. Tobo would be the liaison going back and forth on a more daily basis, or I don't know about daily or weekly basis, and he would be handling the project aspects of the project. Is that still the case, Mr. Tobo, or is that not the case?
As it has been from the beginning, I've been the primary representative at the meetings and anything that is needed by Mr. Connolly or the contractor. But no, there's never been a commitment from me to be there on a daily basis. I don't have time for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Sears?
Just to let you know that most of the green team has been background checked and we're ready to, we've been going, so yeah, we're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Ordinance, introduction, first reading. Ordinance number 21-11, an ordinance by the Township of Washington in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, prohibiting the operation of any class of cannabis businesses within its geographical boundaries and amending section 580-11.1 of the Township of Washington Code. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 21-11 at first reading by title. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 21-268, authorizing publication of ordinance number 21-11 and schedule a public hearing. I'll make a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ordinance number 21-12, an ordinance of the Township of Washington, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to adopt the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's model ordinance for stormwater control. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 21-12 at first reading by title. I'll make a motion. May I have a second, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 21-269, authorizing publication of ordinance number 21-12 and schedule public hearing. I'll make a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolutions and consent agenda. The following items have been determined to have the unanimous consent of council and will be enacted in one motion. Should any item require independent consideration, any council member may have such item removed from the consent agenda. Any items below, does anyone wish to remove any items below?
271 and 278, Mrs. Feeney, please.
Resolution number 21, anybody else? Resolution number 21-272, refund and registration fee for a summer camp, Samantha Ottinger, in the amount of not to exceed $375. Resolution number 21-273, authorized refund of registration fees for 2021 summer camp, Kristen Hammer, in the amount not to exceed $375. Resolution number 21-274, authorized refund of registration fees for 2021 summer camp, Patricia Moss, in the amount not to exceed $375. Resolution number 21-275, authorized refund of registration fees for 2021 summer camp, Chris Ostenbrook, in the amount not to exceed $375. Resolution number 21-276, authorized refund of registration fees for 2021 summer camp, Megan DePiro, in the amount not to exceed $365. Resolution number 21-277, refund of engineering escrows 145 President Road, block 4501.01, lot 12, in the amount not to exceed $327.75. Motion to approve consent agenda resolutions as mentioned. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 21-271, authorized payment of bills, June 17, 2021 through July 7, 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Tovo, on page 4, United Rentals North America, there's a quote number 193238016 for $2,042, and E36 steel plates with 1 inch with 1 welded for $5,104, and it's billed to the DMF building. Just curious what that was for.
Correct. That's to cover the sewer plates in the sewer grates and stormwater in the former DPW site.
Okay. The next line, Ben Schaefer Recreation, we gave them $2,302.80. Do we know what we received for that?
Those are player benches for Memorial and Gardner basketball courts.
Very quickly, is there any reason the contractor never finished the Gardner basketball court? It's not been striped. I looked at the plan set and it was supposed to be striped.
It's scheduled to be done next week.
Why is it taking so long?
Well, striping was never part of the original base package.
It wasn't.
It was not.
Okay. On page 5, K. Hanrahan Enterprises. Does this purchase order exceed the original $150,000 approximate amount?
It does. There was an $11,000 change order. There had to be extra money paid to expedite the shipping of the lights. Otherwise, we would have waited several more weeks for this project to be completed.
But why is it being billed to ADA grants? That's why, ADA, road ADA grants.
Well, right now there are many things we're going to have to reclass once we have our capital budget funding. So right now we're charging what we're able to, tracking them and reclassing them later.
Can we receive this actual change order? Because I see the $11,300 for the expediting shipping, but like there's additional fixtures and, no power to poles. Like, didn't we know that before we started? So we could have got a better price?
Well, no, there were field issues they ran across that were not known before they started, and there being some parts of poles without power was discovered during the project. It wasn't known prior because the lights weren't working.
Okay. I see a lot of Boswell engineering bills. There's almost 5 pages of them for half-hour hits for almost every, it looks like every application in town. Are they 1 month's billing or is this multiple months billing, Mr. Toba?
Multiple months. I wish it was monthly billing, it'd be a lot easier to track it all.
Is there anything in their contract that says they're supposed to bill us in so much time?
There is not, but we should consider that moving forward.
Yeah, I think that like 30 days, like.
They're not the only guilty ones.
30 days net. I think it should be in our MSA with whoever we do it.
I don't understand why we can't force them to do it. I mean, it's either do it or you don't get paid. I mean, it's not fair to our billing clerk that she's got to go through 5 pages of invoices to process $86 checks. 100
like it either.
Yeah,
But-
so let's add it to our contract for the next upcoming year. Any changes?
Tell them, hey, if you want to stay our engineer, that's what you got to
Billing
do.
has to be received in 30 days of service or you're not getting paid.
I don't know that we can go that far, but we'll go as far as we
You
can.
can do whatever you want.
You can do it.
You can do it. You can do it.
You want the job? This is what's going to take.
Exactly.
I meant more by ordinance. I don't know that you can
Well,
not
I
pay
think-
someone because they
I don't
haven't gotten their bill.
I don't
And
think you need an ordinance. This is part of the contract.
If this, but like maybe does the ordinance refer to the language in the contract? I don't know.
Ken, that is Ken.
I'm sure there's wording we can insert in there.
To be realistic, I am sure that professional people can tell you on a billing on a monthly basis, they will do it. They're not foolish, they just.
Correct.
They didn't get around to it, but if you ask them, I'm sure they'll do it and you want to.
That's all I have on the bill list, Mrs. Phoenix.
Okay.
If anybody
Anybody
else
else
does.
have any questions on the bill list?
Mr. Toba, you'll get us that quote tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that. I'm sorry, quote or change order?
That whole invoice, that whole K. Hanrahan invoice. If we have, I sent an email, can we have the total bill to date on that whole project and how much we've exceeded the $150,000 amount?
Okay.
Thank you.
So just a recommendation of the bill list, if you guys have questions after you review the packet, regardless if it's Friday or Monday, send it to Mr. Chova. We can get the documentation ahead of time and then have a conversation about it. So everyone's informed, just a recommendation to keep everybody on the council informed. Okay.
278.
We're going to vote.
Oh, we do that one first.
Yes, we need to do that as, thank you very much. Roll call, Sue.
Councilman Cassia.
Yes.
Councilman DeSena.
No.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Council President King.
Yes. Resolution number 21-278, authorized shared service agreement with the County of Bergen ADA Cooperative Grant Program. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
discussion?
Who is this going to be handled by, Mr. Tova? The Boswell or Azalina?
Well, really Boswell, understand that this is just step one, getting Pascack Road repaved. As you know, the majority of our ADA ramps on Pascack are done. So Boswell is looking into that to see if there's any deficiencies we need to address.
Well, I know there's several that were done in.
Boswell's going to be using.
So make sure they address that, Mr. Toba.
Will do.
do you know which ones Steve is referring to?
I haven't. I know we currently have a list, so.
You have a list, right, yeah.
Do we have, can we,
It's pretty obvious that they're all,
I know Mr. Sedekase prepared a sidewalk list for Pascack Road many years ago. And those sidewalks are still, in disrepair. So if we're going to pave Pascack, can we get those sidewalks fixed at all the condos that are in, disrepair and people are tripping over them? And we've been dealing with this for 4 years.
You talking about our properties there or private?
Some are on no, ours are all done because we replaced
That's what I
them, 2 years ago? We did the whole front. But there's other sidewalks all along Pascack that Mr. Schneid used to complain about all the time that still haven't been repaired. And I saw them at Memorial Day, people were walking and tripping because, they're walking along Pascack.
Well-
So if we can get those fixed, that'd be great.
The little horseshoe area.
The horseshoe
right
area's
here.
got a huge hump in it,
Yeah, it's
so.
broken, and
yeah.
when people were walking up to put the wreaths and stuff,
Correct.
that made me very nervous.
Mr. Potter, I have a question for you, which is rare, actually. If a person doesn't maintain a person's shrubbery and it's overhanging the sidewalk, does that become a town liability or the homeowner liability? And are we able to send the code enforcement officer out there to address that?
Yeah, if it's impinging on the sidewalk, he does have the authority to do something.
Okay.
So, yes, he does. He has the authority to do that, yeah.
Thank you.
Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman DeSantis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Council President Feeney.
Yes, adjournment to conference agenda. I'll make a motion. May I have a second?
I'll
So
second.
moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Chobo, you're on deck. You're up, actually, not on deck.
In light of the late hour, I'll field any questions on the tractor.
I had 6 questions. I asked to
Excuse
put,
me, Mr. Senate, Mr. Chobo's, please.
I thought you said it's,
No, I know, I am going to ask him to please go through the tracker if you don't mind.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
2021 road program, bid opening will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. 2020 program is complete. Intersection, still resolving property issues. The attorney is working diligently on that. No update on, no change in the ladder truck, garbage truck. Quotes have been received. POs are being issued. No change in breathalyzer, radio system upgrade analysis. PO is being issued to Motorola. In-car video has been ordered. Kitchen renovation, quotes are being received. Body-worn cameras and tasers are ordered. ESP exhaust system, waiting on vendors to provide needed documentation.
Mr. Chobo, do we have an estimated arrival for the tasers and body cameras, or not yet?
Don't believe we do as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Gear washer, PO is being prepared, same with the Scott packs. Leaf vac, we're waiting for an updated quote, which we believe we got in this morning. Forklift attachments, PO has been issued. Renovation of should be DPW building. Contract is being executed with Lisco. PO
Thank you.
is being issued, bless you.
Thank you.
Memorial Field lighting is complete. Emergency service building framing complete. Roofing, the time I wrote this was beginning shortly. Library architect review still. Police evidence room. The timeline is evolving here. Just saw some more evidence of that today with some equipment being purchased. Stormwater GIF mapping, scheduling with Boswell in progress. Lighting detection system. That's in order. I hope it's working. Town hall access control, we're getting close to beginning that work. Building control system, still have parts on back order. My last check with Ryan Contracting, still no word from Honeywell. Lower level renovations, construction department complete, flooring, 3rd floor conference room complete. Paving of county roads. As we know, Pascack is now going to be put in the queue. Ridgewood is complete. Note sale, Miss Feeney asked me to add to this. Believe it was moved back by a week. The offering will be the week of the 22nd, 23rd.
Can you just repeat that last one again? I'm sorry.
The note sale.
Yes, okay.
The offering, I believe, is being moved back to the following week or or a few days later in that week, thus moving the funding from 7/26 to 7/30.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Vice President Morgan, do you have any questions on the tracker?
Nope.
Councilman Massio?
Not this time.
Councilman DeSena?
Yes, I had a few questions. The radio system upgrade analysis, where is that being paid for, Mr. Toto? Because we funded the original 75,000 for the original studies. Where is this coming from?
No, we actually funded 3 different locations. One's for the original analysis, and 750,000 for the system. And now we are, and this number I really should correct to include all the different ordinances that are part of this, is about $800,000, and the PO has been issued to Motorola to cover those expenses.
So what will this do for us? They'll just do testing of the Motorola equipment?
We've already done the testing. It's
No, but what's the 50,000?
This is 50,000, and this portion of it was to continue to use the services of the system analyst or our consultant, in essence, until the project is complete.
So when do you think the project will be complete?
Lead time, by the time we get portables and base units, we're probably looking at early 2022.
Okay. Was the body cam grant submitted to the state like it was supposed to by the 30th?
We know the amount. I believe it was submitted, but I can check with Chief Skinner to verify.
Okay. I had a couple other things that I'd asked to be put on the agenda, but they're not covered by your capital projects. Do we know where the garbage pickup contract stands?
Just simply refining the bid package we put together previously, so we'll be moving forward with that fairly soon.
Mr. Cho, I did ask that to be added to the tracker a couple weeks, maybe like a few months ago.
Also, the DPW two-bay garage, the foundation's been poured for over 6 months now. Do we have a status of where that is, and has the foundation been approved by the building department?
Just to back up for 1 second, yes, I apologize to both of you regarding adding those 2 items to the tracker. I just
Okay.
kind of slipped away there. I am waiting for some information from the contractor in Boswell regarding this. I know there is dialogue as recent as today on this. I would hope by the end of the week I have this question resolved, and then I can report back to council.
Is the building here, or is it still not here?
It's still not here.
Okay. That's all I have, Mrs. Payne.
Anybody, Mr. Sears?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Toto. Miscellaneous, Mr. Sears, Veterans Assistance Program.
Yes, this was talked about a while ago, and what I'd like to do is start up a veterans contact service within Washington Township. We came up with a mission statement that we'd like to provide resident veterans and their dependents with information and assistance in obtaining entitlements, federal, state, and local governments, as well as making it available through VFW 6192 to work with the veterans in the town. Now, according to the county, we have 523 veterans in the township. 303 right now are getting the state mandate $250 on the tax, and 43 widowers are also getting the $253. So I remember, I don't know which councilman at the time brought this up, but I would like to have a veterans email address, so the veterans within the town can email if they have a concern or a problem, or they're seeking help. I have 2 VFW members that are qualified in assisting any veterans with directing them into getting health requirements, assisting widowers that might need veterans. This is strictly a volunteer group. It will stay outside of the township except for a email address like veterans.washingtontownship.us, and they will answer the questions and assist any veteran that may have a problem where we can assist them. We have contacts now at the county level and the state level. So we always want every veteran to get a medical ID card. And what happens with that is you're now assigned a professional primary doctor within the VA. And just recently, the VA just upgraded the types of cancer from Agent Orange that a lot of veterans don't know about this. And we also was approved to have, if you have a medical ID card, the veteran can go 3 times a year to any, what do they call those medical units? Urgent care. They're allowed to go 3 times to urgent care, and with their medical ID card, urgent care will take care of them. And if they assign a prescription, they can take that prescription to several local pharmacists, and they will fill the prescription up for them. So the goal is to have an established website or email address where we can answer any questions or assist any veteran in getting benefits. Some need medical assistance at home. We all remember Ray, who needed a wheelchair ramp, and we were able to get that for him. He passed, but this is our goal, to reach out to the veterans in town. So I would like the council to approve us to have a veteran.township of Washington email address to be strictly isolated from the town, but to work with the veterans, and maybe a budget. I'm sorry, what?
Who would receive that, Mr. Sears? Who would that go to?
We will sign, we have 2 VFW members that will strictly answer the email and respond back to the citizens. And just the only town responsibility would be for us to have the email. And possibly maybe a $300 budget to send any upgrades like the new Agent Orange cancers that they just approved. We would like to send that out to the 523 veterans. We are getting more, just within 2 months, 2 new veterans actually moved into the township, 2 young ones. So we're trying to get them involved. So this, I feel, would be another outreach for us, for the community, for our veterans in town.
So, Mr. Sears, I support your effort, and I'd like you to make a motion for the 300.
The only thing I think you need to do, you do have to run that by Jeff though, just to make sure that the liability, because if you're getting information,
right,
you're taking information, you're directing people, we want to make sure that we have no liability for.
That's why I said it'd be isolated from the town.
Yeah, but I mean, but since you're
If you're using a town email address.
and you're providing the facility, we want to make sure that the Jeff hears about this.
I'm sure Mr. Fedini can look into it very quickly and get back to us,
But
right?
I think the
I just
council,
think it's something that should be looked
the
at.
council could approve having Mr.
Exactly.
So I would like Mr. Sears to make a motion, and I'll second to approve this budget, and then that based upon Mr. Fedini's approval, and then it's not going to interfere with anything. So we have a motion and a second.
So all in favor, aye?
Okay, let's do a roll call, just because we're introducing budget, so it's gotta get on record.
Well, before you, I don't know if it's late, so excuse my question. Where's this money gonna come from when you say a budget? Where's it gonna come from right now?
Well, let's get the vote, then I'll talk to Mr. Chobo and see if we can look for it.
Can you vote on, I'm sorry if I'm being.
Well,
Mr. Powers says
let me
it's
put it this way, even if you don't give us the $300 this year, we will be applying for it next year. I mean, it's $300. I'm sure that we could, I'll cover the cost if there's any mailings coming out. I mean,
Mr. Sears, I will donate $150 to back this.
all right, if we need it, right now we don't.
You know what, I'll fund you the 300. Okay?
But
Okay. Do roll call. I'm gonna fund the 300.
I'm sorry. Councilman Casco.
Yes.
Councilman DeSena.
Yes.
Councilwoman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes,
Council President Feeney.
Yes.
thank you.
Did we
Thank you,
skip number
gentlemen.
1, Mrs. Feedy, for some reason? 34 Maple?
Oh, no, but that's canceled. We're not discussed. That was removed. Sorry.
They couldn't make it.
They could make it.
They
Sorry.
were supposed
The
to come
engineer
in
couldn't make
tonight.
it.
Can I ask why they're even coming here?
They're gonna ask the council,
You have a letter in your packet.
I understand, no, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
it was discussed at the planning board meeting. I watched the planning board meeting. It was discussed that they have to pay for it.
Yeah.
So why are they coming here?
Good question, but they're gonna ask you to, think of to consider an alternative to that. I'm not saying you're gonna.
Can I vote no now? And then this way they don't have to come back, Mr. Pollock?
Okay.
No, but seriously, I mean, I bet you there's a bunch of us on this dais that are gonna say no, so why bother having them come?
Okay, I mean, they asked, I mean, they wrote the letter and they.
I make a motion that we say no to 34 Maple Avenue for their request. I think the planning board did a good job at looking at it. It is a private development. All other developments in town have a homeowners association which cover the fees to maintain the stormwater management. So I think we should keep it that way and not put an undue burden on all taxpayers in the township
I'd
to
like
take
to
care.
get more information about this because I
Well-
wasn't at the planning board meeting, so.
Okay, but
Before we deny them from coming back. if we
I
could
can
just
show
get
you the map of the place. I can show you what's being done if you want to go that far.
No.
Let's,
Okay.
you know what?
All right. No, whatever you say, Ken.
If the lawyer wants to come in
Let them come in.
for 10 minutes and just make.
It's gonna be more than 10 minutes.
Well-
I heard him at the planning. board.
Well, I'm just saying, you know.
Let them waste their money. Come on.
Don't ask a lot of questions.
Just let him come in, make his presentation.
I just don't have enough information to say, let's vote no against it. Just,
Okay.
it says it wasn't in our packets because they pulled out.
No, it's in there.
Well,
The letter was in.
The letter's in there.
yeah.
but the rest of
I mean,
the-
there's not much more information I really need,
No.
to be quite honest with
We
you.
know that.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
just saying
would like
I
to
need,
see
I didn't
the
say
com-
you.
I
You
would
might
like
need
to see
more.
the comment. I'd like to see the
Okay.
drawings and take a look at it. So I think I'd like to table it to see what happens.
So we're putting in the August meeting, having the
No,
engineer
let's see if
come?
what's the, we have to coordinate with the engineer, correct?
No, just.
Their
Somebody was-
engineer, their engineer.
It's a-
Their-
oh,
If I'm
it's their engineer.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they want to come then,
Just
but
offer,
don't,
just offer them the next
To know.
meeting, that's all.
I'd like you to show me though, Tom, and.
Well, I can give you the plans, if I can just give you quick information
Yeah, let's do it,
when they come here. That's fine.
that's
Okay.
okay.
No, absolutely.
It'll be,
Sure.
okay.
I know. Okay. Mrs. Morgan? You're up.
Mrs. Morgan, you're up. Thank you very much.
All right, so for cheer, I just want to discuss, we got a lot of emails back. Mr. Scuderi and we put out feelers to see if we could gauge some interest on the Intro to Cheer program. We don't have one anymore. It's all combined and in Westwood, and it's the Cardinal program from second grade through eighth grade. So the proposal is to have kindergarten and first grade here. It would be an intro to cheer. It would run probably 5, maybe 6 weeks on a Saturday, open to Westwood and Township cheerleaders, girls and boys. And I'm asking that we charge $50 as a sign-up fee.
Does that
And-
cover the cost?
It does. There's really no overhead. I don't have coaches. It would be parent-generated.
What about music? Does that cover your music cost?
It would cover music. And if, we're feeling really confident, and we were to go into the, if, that's a huge if, we were to go into the showcase, that would probably be $125 entry fee. That would be more than covered by our.
That's for the whole group, not the
Yeah,
workshop.
that's the whole group, if we were to do that. Really doesn't cost much to do it this way. So I
And we're not
think,
going to charge any out-of-town fees?
no, we're not,
out-of-resident
we're
fees?
not. We're not gonna do that.
And is there any talk about bringing cheering back, Mrs. Morgan?
From what I understand right now, it doesn't matter where it lives. It's really who's running it. because it's a private board, so really could be run from any place currently. So as it stands right now, no. The coordinator from Westwood still, plans to run it. And it doesn't go to rec, it goes to their Westwood Cheer Board. So there's no.
I've had another meeting with the rec advisory board, and this is part of a bigger thing that we're discussing as part of the advisory board that I'll have an update on in another few weeks.
So I'm gonna motion that we can put it on Community Pass so that we can have people sign up.
I'll second your motion.
Sorry. Can I ask a question? Is this part of the original cheer program that's on the ordinance that we have right now with the fees?
No.
Do you need to change the fees?
That's what I was just gonna say, we have to change it.
Gonna need more information,
Okay.
'cause that's not enough.
Can you
Well, we don't
present a
have,
draft of the ordinance that we can change to?
You don't need the
Should it be a
Well,
new
you just-
ordinance?
But in order to charge, you have to have an ordinance.
No,
yeah,
no, do we need a new ordinance or can we
No,
amend?
no, the amendment,
Okay.
but I just need,
Can you email Mr.
if that's right,
Carl?
just give me the information to.
sure.
To know, I'll put them in.
Thank you very much. We have it for next meeting. Okay, and then we're gonna do, obviously, anybody over 18, you're gonna.
Of course, myself, all parents, anybody who's over 18, right? So for anybody who was wondering, and everybody who did email me and we gauged the interest and I spoke to and sent back an email, I had stated that you will
It
receive,
is, yes.
you will receive a letter. I mean, I'm not a letter, I'm sorry. You'll get another email saying when the meeting is, there's gonna be a big family meeting before anything, so. that's that.
You're right there.
I don't know what to do.
Sorry, we're all dying up here.
Before we were freezing, and
Who was freezing?
This train is off its tracks. Can we continue? Let's go, let's go.
Okay, so that's thank you very much. Thank you for your effort. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your efforts with the rec program, obviously. Okay. Resolution number 21-279, 450 Pascat Road, acquisition of property, motion to enter into closed session. We will not be coming back, so Ricky, you could go home. Motion to enter into closed session, I'll make a motion, may I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.